Hello, everybody, and welcome back to our
Hello.
exciting run of Final Fantasy Type-0. Yeah, we're gonna have some echo here. There we go. Okay, Meowth, how are you? It's been what, 2 weeks since we've had a successful stream.
Mm, I guess yes.
Okay, it's been a while. It's been too long.
It's been too long.
Yeah, so we didn't stream last week. The week before, well, we had American Thanksgiving last week, and then the week before we had massive technical issues where Twitch decided it just hated us, and the stream desynced for like 12 minutes.
Yeah,
And
maybe perhaps we could rerun the mission at Togoreth in because I don't know how it recorded last time and the cutscene and stuff.
so all I remember was there was a wall that was supposed to spawn something, and it
Yeah.
died before it spawned it. And so people were laughing. And I was kind of like, I don't know what's going on. All I remember was we finally got to see Gabriel from Final Fantasy 14. So I was very excited about that, to see my mount represented in the game. And yes, hopefully Twitch is being less twitchy today.
Yeah.
We are on.
So yeah, I was going to say if you wanted to rerun.
Oh, I'm going to rerun
Yeah.
that mission for sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, he's a fiery boy.
I'm not sure if I can hear the game.
You know what? Nothing's coming through for some reason.
Mm.
Give me a minute. Keep talking.
Uh-huh. You hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. Oh my god, it's a guy from Garo. I'm waiting for this cutscene to end. Yeah, so Twitch is being less twitchy, but OBS is not. It's been an eventful past couple of weeks, too, so. Man, I really wish that guy's voice actor was Troy Baker. Okay. So, desktop audio is being an ass. That's why. Okay, here we go. Default. Alright, there we go. There we go. Now we have
There you go.
in-game
There we
audio.
go.
So we have 3 days and 12 hours till our next mission. Awesome.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm going to talk to everybody.
Yeah, talk to everybody and yeah.
We started late today because we had lunch, my wife and I, and she made this awesome tortellini and marinara and pasta sauce from scratch. And then we're like, hey, let's go out for Starbucks, and we got some Starbucks, and it was this praline something. I never go to Starbucks, so I don't know what this is, but it's just this praline coffee thing, and it was really good, really good. But it was like probably 90% sugar and 10% coffee. And then we found this dessert place, and we're like, oh, we gotta try it. And it turns out that it wasn't just like a pick up and go dessert place. It was like a sit down place. It was really cool. But after that, we had dessert on top of sugar coffee. And I got home, and I was just like, I hit the bed, and I woke up 2 hours later, and I'm just like, what happened? Where am I? And I was like, oh, right, the stream. And yeah, that coupled with I gotta report people I don't want to report. Yes, there she is, my wife. Her evil plan worked. So like our air conditioner was going crazy last night, and sometimes the line clogs because nasty shit gets in there or whatever.
So, what I told you, Cobb, is you talk to everybody. If you see a group of people talk a number of times, yeah.
Ah, okay. Wow, they've never seen a second of real combat, even though your school has been completely invaded. You've never seen combat. How is that possible?
You can, if you see two people talking, you click on them twice, because there's the number of people. It tells you how many different dialogue boxes you're going to get.
Right. So these guys, this is funny. None of us are allowed to summon Eidolons, but Class 0 gets to do whatever they please because they're Dr. Ulrich's precious little darlings. Doesn't summoning Eidolons kill you in this universe?
Yes.
So why do they want to do it? What's wrong with them?
It's because if you recall, summoning Odin during the first wave of Militesi invasion, it was Ace, Jack, and Seven when confronting Kunmi, that they summoned Odin and nothing happened. That's because it's a special Eidolon, as they call it, that Dr. Arisha, or Dr. Arisha has made a pact that it's a special type of Eidolon that doesn't kill you.
So I really want to see one of these guys just like summon Carbuncle, and Carbuncle just like devour their soul, and that's the end of them. And nobody remembers who they are. You died for Carbuncle. I wonder why ordinary cadets are not permitted to use that sort of magic. Because it kills you, that's why.
They're referring to the special Eidolons, actually.
Not Carbuncle.
So, Academia has a special... imagine Academia's army as mostly young people, because they're in their prime of magic. Because it's a nation that is there. It's a nation of magic.
Right.
So it's like their strong point. So their army is mostly young people that can use magic. Also, they have different platoons, and the different the cadets in each class specialize in a different aspect of magic. For example, Class 4 is the class of the healers. If you talk with them, that's why I told you that.
No, I don't want to talk with them. They are terrifying.
There's another class that specializes in black magic. There's another class that specializes in barriers, and they have a platoon specialized in summoning. That's why that's the platoon allowed to use these special Eidolons, like when you see Bahamut in the opening and all that.
Okay, see what this guy's saying? This guy's a fucking asshole. He's like, we might not be able to get married right now, but we're free to exchange vows, and I vow to love and cherish my girlfriend for the rest of our days. Meaning, she's going to be a girlfriend forever. He's never going to marry her. What a dick. And don't forget the class that specializes in stupid.
What?
Yeah, exactly, Zeth.
I think that's class 12.
Oh, you got something to say about Final Fantasy 12?
No.
Yeah, 4 because 4 is very unlucky in Asian culture. So Concordia is seriously being run by a bunch of women. What's wrong with that? Most certainly is, and unlike the boys who run the Dominion, the Queen and her esteemed ladies of the court are wise enough to play the role of warmongering.
So this is because you kind of you've met the ladies from Concordia.
Yeah, that's creepy.
I think the Concordia is how do you call it in English? A matriarchy. Only women are allowed to hold positions of public positions in society.
I really gotta wonder if the guys in that society are like, smash the matriarchy, equal rights for men. It's so fucked up.
I mean, considering I mean, you know me. I'm an advocate for not this sort of things.
I know. It's fine.
Be either in one way or another.
I know.
So it's just interesting. It's just interesting that the take Type-0 does it's the turnaround. Even though it's true that in history there has been matriarchal societies.
Yeah.
But people so very often nowadays forget that this has been a thing.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
My commanding officer said that Kator Bashtar showed up on the front lines at Togareth. In a battle of that scale, it makes sense that the Empire would send out their big guns. So, yeah, what happened was, if I recall correctly, the l'Cie from Vermilion Bird State, Rubrum.
Zuyu, yeah.
Yeah, showed up and wiped the floor with everyone.
So, basically in Togareth, they sent General Kator Bashtar, who is the pilot of Gabriel, and then the Class 0 forces General Bashtar to flee, and then is when Lord Zuyu, who is the Vermilion Bird l'Cie, shows up to fight Nimbus, who is the White Tiger l'Cie. They're both Primus l'Cie. As I don't know if after last stream this was clear, but in Type-0 there exist two types of l'Cie. The Primus l'Cie, who are like very OP in terms of raw strength, and the Secundus l'Cie, who are not as powerful, but in exchange they have a special ability that is unique to them. Like Kunmi, for example, is a Secundus l'Cie that could transfer her magic or her powers directly into machines, and that's like a skill only she has because she's a Secundus. She's not as powerful as a Primus, but she has this kind of specialization. So one is raw power l'Cie, and the other one is tactical l'Cie.
Interesting. Okay. I feel bad for the Secundus l'Cie that has like some terrible second power. It was like, you have the power, I don't know, make things float. In water.
So the one you saw in the cutscene before when there was no audio, that was Nimbus, who is the Primus White Tiger l'Cie.
Okay. And
basically because Marshall Sid Olstein has the crystal sort of in confinement, using it and drawing power from it. Nimbus, the l'Cie are sworn to serve the crystals, and Nimbus can't do shit because Sid has the crystal as hostage. So Nimbus is like
they're gonna eat Sid. Later in the game, they're gonna eat him. And I feel bad for this girl. I mean, if you look at her knees, they're like fucking daggers. Like, she's gonna stab somebody with those knees. So Kator Bashtar showed up in Gabriel, got really bashful, and flew away after he got his ass kicked. Yeah. That I do remember. Kator Bashtar, who is that? Some kind of Militesi bigwig or something? He's only the most talented Magitech armor pilot in all of Militus. Seriously, how have you not heard of him? He's practically the talk of Orions, and he's really hot.
Fair.
Let's see what's going on over here. Might need to start focusing our firepower in key regions, but I have a feeling it's going to be hard deciding precisely which areas to prioritize. That's great, because that's not your job. That's the job of the strategist. That's why you're a fucking cadet, and they're up there. And also, how is he doing that with his shoulders? It's amazing. Yeah, everything about this game so far has been giving me Garlemald infighting vibes. It does, but this game reminds me of Final Fantasy VIII, like, in a big way. Because you've got the school that trains the military kids, and the Empire that's being shitty over there. Let's go send the kids to fight the Empire. And that's like Final Fantasy VIII in a nutshell.
I mean, Final Fantasy VIII also has an Academy of Swords, right?
Yeah, Balam Garden. And instead of cadets, they're called seeds. And it's literally kind of the same setup, but there are multiple academies around the world that are supposed to be, I guess, working together. But one gets taken over by the Empire, and the other gets destroyed, so Balam is the last one left. Have you played Final Fantasy VIII? I can't remember.
I know the story, more or less.
That's a no, so we're going to be playing that on stream. Congratulations, yeah. Okay, so I have to admit, my wife, before stream started, gave me this amazing drink. She called it a Minfilia. And it's literally just vodka, some kind of bubbly pink drink, and raspberries. And it's delicious. And it's like a full pint of whatever is in this. I don't know how much vodka is in this thing, but it must be a lot because I'm talking a lot. But it's gone now. Frozen cherries. Okay. Frozen cherries. This guy's an idiot. I don't want to talk to him anymore. Central Command has never deployed individual classes on their own missions, but they might not have a choice now that the flames of war are erupting all over Oriens. Why does everyone want to go to war? Is, get their Agito and clock out. That should be the goal. Did you see the crater where Togaroth used to be? Felt a shiver run down my spine just imagining that an entire stronghold was obliterated in an instant. Minfilia was totally a day drinker. She stayed in that room all day. All day. I think we've underestimated how powerful the l'Cie truly are. That's right, we should have a thing where l'Cie are illegal, and we expunge them and anyone around them. That would be a great idea.
Sign Gallant Dicely.
I wonder if the Dominion could start employing monsters on military operations. I don't know. They've got you. Greg, that's ridiculous. As if monsters can understand what people say and think. But they say that the Concordians have a special language they use to communicate with dragons, right? Who's to say we can't do the same thing? Oh god, here we go. We're gonna enslave the dragons. Yeah.
The Concordians actually control their armies. So basically, the four nations of Oriens, their armies. Rubrum is an army of mages.
Yep.
They also have swords and that, but if you want to like class 0, and they have a lot of weapons.
Yep.
But basically, their main asset is magic. It's right. Basically a nation, a war mate in nation. The
Concordians have the dragons and the dragoons.
No, the Concordians are beastmasters. They have dragons, but their armies are composed of monsters.
Okay.
They have people. They have beastmasters in combat, but they breed and train monsters for war.
Yeah.
Aside dragons.
I know, Selene. I'm gonna talk about that in a second. This line is like, oh really?
So, Milites uses Magitech weaponry.
Yes, they have the power of guns.
Yeah, and Lorica, which is now gone because the Ultima Nuke, because the Loricans are basically
they're all tanks.
They're basically Rogadin.
Yeah.
So
they have they have no DPS and no healers. They're all tanks. So they all die.
Their power was their martial arts and weapon and the traditional army, and all that stuff, and now they're gone. So
yeah, and Militis was like, "Behold, the most powerful magic of all, gun, Ultima gun." And now they're gone. We didn't even get to meet any of them. So this line here, being in love gives you something to live for, you know? There's nothing more frightening than being forgotten by the one you care about the most. Which is exactly what happens when you die in this universe. Everyone forgets you ever existed. Which is another Final Fantasy VIII parallel, actually, because there, the Guardian Forces, which are kind of like the Eidolons in this game, devour your memories as you use them.
Oh, so it's like in Final Fantasy XII Remnant Wings.
I don't know, I've never played it.
Well, it happens to the Eagle.
Does Vaughn get all his memories eaten and he turns into, like, a crazy person?
No, I mean the whole thing about Revenant Wings is that they have to fight the Jets of Wings and free the Eagle from that and destroy the Aura site that was causing this whole shebang to happen, so the Eagle can restore their well, they call it their anima, which is basically their spirit in 13 parallels.
Rhapsodic says, "Yo, what the fuck? What's up, Rhapsodic?" Oh, Rhapsodic is like halfway through Final Fantasy VIII, aren't they?
But this line though, that's basically the whole crux of Lightning Returns Endgame.
Yeah. Yep. And I was kind of thinking actually that, you know, it's kind of terrifying in the world of Lightning Returns and just 13 in general, because we learn about that in Lightning Returns, but the soul it's not a huge spoiler, Rhapsodic. What revolves around that is, but that's not a huge spoiler. Like, they cover that pretty early in the game. But that holds true for 13, and it holds true for X2 as well. Which means that if someone dies, and they aren't reborn within a certain amount of time, and they haven't done anything of historical note, everyone forgets them, and their soul is gone.
So I think I feel I think I just I didn't understand exactly what you mean. So when you mean
in OG 13 and 13 also, that mechanic holds true. So that is how soul mechanics work in the world of 13 in Fabula Nova Crystallis. Someone forgets you, your soul is gone, your soul is destroyed, everybody forgets you.
It's not that drastic. So let me explain a bit here. The thing is from memories, from individual memories, it may be gone, but the spirit, or in the chaos, if you want, in, let's call it the network, mankind's network, there's always this, because souls are constantly recycling, they're constantly being reborn.
Right.
People still keep some degree of memory of their past lives.
Okay.
To a degree. I mean, it doesn't condition them to be the same person, but it's a recycling, not entirely. It's not entirely. It's not like in 14 that the live stream is spawning, so to speak, new souls. Here, the souls that exist are the souls that there are.
Right.
So if one is gone, it means that there's one less soul in existence.
Right.
So it's a constant recycling, and everyone that's alive, it's someone that so to speak, was already there.
Right.
In the first batch of humans.
Exactly.
So there's so yeah, in a sense, it's been a constant cycle. So one has to wonder how creative was Lindsay when he started making things from his sister blood.
Yeah, but my point is this. So let's say Etro screws up. You know, you've got someone managing all the souls. Which she did a lot. Someone didn't get reborn, and then they get forgotten because
if someone doesn't get reborn, this is explained in the novel in Reminiscence in the last novel when Eoide meets Caius, and Caius tells her that if she doesn't want to return to this ugly world, she can choose to remain in the Sea of Chaos forever, so she doesn't have to be reborn and continue the cycle. So the souls have the choice. They can either reincarnate or they can stay in the Sea of Chaos.
But
so it's not about...
That's in a new world, though. That's in a new creation with different rules.
No, but this is also mentioned by Noel when it comes to Yule.
Okay.
I mean, Yule's case, it's a bit complicated because her soul never gets to really go into the chaos. That's why she always gets reborn with the same container. Only the spirit is different. That's what differentiates the Yules between them. Okay. So they're different persons with the same within the same container.
Right. And that's why they go crazy.
But I think Caius went more crazy than you, but fair. But yes, souls can choose this. I'm not saying though, because this isn't really explained though. If Etro can specifically yank one soul and say, "No, you're going reborn. Fuck you." But Noel specifically tells Caius that you chose to return every time because you wanted to be with Caius.
Right.
So there's a choice there. So I assume it's something that it's always been able to. I mean, it's something that's already happened. But then this would be interesting to discuss in the sense of how long a soul in the Sea of Chaos can stay there without forgetting who they are.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe that's the moment when this sense of self starts to disappear. Then the soul is ready to move on. So it's a temporary choice. So it's kind of...
The answer to that is 500 years, 13 hours. Lightning came in just in time. It saved everybody.
I mean, fair. No doesn't know shit. Doesn't know shit.
Yeah.
But I think that's our. So how should I put this? Yule by herself is a really unique case. So I'm just taking this from the implication of Caius, something whose opinion I take more seriously than Noel's tells Eoide when so yeah.
Noel was like, I knew one Yule and I fell in love forever, and that's that. So, but let's put Yule off to the side. Let's say Enra here. Enra is born on Cocoon. He lives a relatively uninspiring life. He gets a job as like a sanitation technician, and just like repairs plumbing all day under the ground, and that's his job. And like he dies friendless and alone. Nobody remembers him. There's a document somewhere that has his name on it that said yes, he was employed here briefly for 15 years. And then 50 years go by. Etro's just kind of not paying attention, and he just kind of wanders off into the Sea of Chaos. But everybody forgets him, and he's in the Sea of Chaos. He's not being sent back. What happens?
It's friends have forgotten, but at some point someone else must have known him, and even though it's not an active memory, it's a subconscious memory. So that sustains the soul's existence.
Well, I mean, if we fast forward 100 years, everyone who might have known him is gone. And so, what happens to the soul if everyone forgets them and they're not reborn?
The implication is that it's because it's a network. There's always something. Recently, there was I know you don't play Genshin Impact.
Yeah.
But
no, I've played it, so I'm familiar with it.
but the latest Archon quest was about Irminsul and the ley lines, which hold the entire memory and recording of the world and everyone who lived in the world. And the previous Dendro Archon, Greater Lord Ruka the Batad, spoiler alert, she snapped off a branch of herself to make Nahida, the current goddess Dendro Archon, because the Irminsul, the tree, was polluted with forbidden knowledge, and as long as Ruka the Batad continued to exist, the ley lines recorded this in the memory of the world, and she had to be erased by Nahida, and that meant a retcon in which Ruka the Batad never existed, and Nahida was all along the Dendro Archon. So what basically all these remind me of Mankind's Network in the sense that the thing of something or someone being erased from, in this case, instead of from the world's memory, from mankind's memory, and enduring even so, because it's like constantly in flow, and it had to be manually removed because someone you can't remove yourself.
Right.
It's kind of a paradox because
So I am still stuck on there's a Dendro Archon.
Yes.
Can you light them on fire? I have not played Genshin Impact since the Liyue arc ended, so.
It was a really interesting quest in terms of all this, because it can be a bit confusing when it comes to the esoterics of how the human spirit works in 13, but overall it's basically it's more like it's since it's a recycling thing. I don't know how to explain this thing. Because it's constantly recycling. A soul gone means. If we go in depth into this, because it's a soul has lived many lives. Does that mean that if a soul is destroyed, only the memory of the present incarnation is destroyed, or all the incarnations that this soul has lived are forgotten as well?
Mm-hmm.
It could go even deeper from just the tragedy of a person just basically have never existed,
right?
Which is what would have happened to Hope, but may have happened to all the previous lives. This soul reincarnated.
Yeah. And I apologize. I didn't mean this one line to just launch us into this debate on the soul mechanics of fabulous Nova crystals. But Solemnity says, in Type 0, the spirit dies and the memories are wiped from all people at the same time instead of sticking with the soul. In 13, the spirit dies, but the soul and the memories still exist, and the memories kind of get scrubbed clean a little bit, but still saying the soul. So it's like chocolate, basically. Memories are chocolate. They never come out. But when Bunavelza starts his super clean at the end of the universe and all the souls are being moved, destroying the spirit means the soul and the memories aren't going to get recycled because they aren't going back into the cycle. That's true. And we could probably call Bunavelza Mr. Clean and be okay with it.
If that would have happened, consider the population of Nova Chrysalia and the fact that the souls keep recycling, and that when a soul is destroyed, there's no replacement because it doesn't work like the 14 live stream, so to speak.
Right.
So the population of the new world would have been fairly reduced.
Yeah, exactly. And so I'm just kind of thinking, like, if the containers are getting destroyed, and since this is kind of in the same universe of the fabulous crystals, what is going on when they die in this universe? Is it that their souls are being destroyed and it's just pulling souls out of another place? Or are there memories and spirit literally just being cast into oblivion, and that's it? There's no recycling in this world, and that's why people forget them.
There's an answer to that. There's no spoilers in this because they tell you this more or less in if you go asking around. But the thing, but people are born, which means there is a cycle of souls, and it's mentioned that it's the crystal that wipes the memory from everyone's minds of the person who dies. So it's not. It's more artificial than. It's more like the how should I put this? It's like the cheap brand of what Bunibelze would have done.
So let me ask you this then. So the living say that, but if the crystals are just like trashing the memories and spirit as they go out, then that would have the same effect.
If that were true, then yes.
And then the living would interpret it as, oh, the crystals just wipe the memories. Meanwhile, like, they're a soul compactor, just trashing the memories and spirit of people.
There are reasons here that hint that it's the cheap brand, not the soul destruction brand.
Okay.
But so you can breathe easier.
Okay. I'm looking for like some nefarious thing where like this is the world Bunibelze made and it's terrible. And this guy complaining that they get homework and Class 0 gets life-threatening combat duty, and he's like, Class 0 has it so easy. Fuck you. Oh, so, okay, there we go. You'd rather get thrown out in the field at a moment's notice and left to fend for yourself? You should be happy with trainees. Don't have to worry about that. You can get homework. Yeah, fuck you, dude. Oh, that's not where I want to go. Nope. Let me out. I've got a slight tickle in my lungs, so that's why I'm kind of coughing today.
So the thing is actually, I mean, I don't really know in 13 verse in the 13 verse how exactly how huge the human population is at large. We know Cocoon has some millions of population. After 13.2, we know that after 13.2 there's not so many people in Nova Chrysalia.
Yeah.
Really 10 million on Cocoon. Thank you. So I have forgotten.
Fuck this Moogle. He's like, hey, the longer you play this game, I'll give you stuff. And then you talk to him, and he's like, we're the best. Fuck you. You get nothing.
10 million on Cocoon.
That's not a lot of people.
No.
That's less than the population of New York City.
and Grand Pulse was not precisely very populated.
Well, I mean, it was full of monsters that loved to eat people.
Yeah.
And chocobos. All denizens of the Dominion will receive these IDs at birth. Shouldst thou chance upon one of these oh my god, the Class 8 Moogles are around you. I think we did we acknowledged that in 2 streams ago, but I don't remember. Alright, I have a bunch of tags. Yes, take them. And give me things. A potion? Those are dead people. You gave me a potion for dead people.
I mean, tracks.
What an awful Moogle that is. $10 million dead souls, world is a fuck. I am the savior. Yeah, exactly. Which makes me wonder if the population only dwindled in the 500 years after. We could probably count the total population of the world in Lightning Returns by the number of people we see, and then like multiply it by 3. 3 is just some arbitrary number I pulled out of my head. So there's probably like I don't know, 15,000 people left.
But what Celt says is true. The recycle isn't instant because there are souls that stay around on the Indian scene realm longer than others.
Yes,
So it's kind of...
And that's kind of what I was referring to. Like, if someone forgets everything about a soul that's still in the unseen realm before it gets back, does it make it back?
I don't think it's the case.
Okay. See, that's just the impression I got, that, like, you know, if you are forgotten, your soul is gone, and vice versa.
I mean, the thing is that because the soul is made from the chaos, it's kind of difficult to say to which point. And also in here, it's kind of the old discussion about, are they referring to the soul as container, or are they referring to just the spirit? And when a person is forgotten, it's just that it's basically the death of personality. The chaos melts away entirely, and it just gets a different spark of chaos to be reborn.
Mm-hmm.
And there's no trace of the person that person was before, because as of usually is the case, it's a constant reincarnation of past lives, so to speak. So
I like Class 1. Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's just Centauro. Hey, Centauro, how are you? So this Class 1st Cadet, word on the street is that the Empire's General Bashtar showed his ugly mug at Togareth, but someone let him get away. Way to go, Class 0. God, if Class 1 had been there, it'd have been over.
Mm-hmm.
Expect me to believe that you've actually seen the fabled Noxuzaku? We received plenty of reports about unidentified crafts, but this seems too far-fetched. There's no such thing as aliens. Meanwhile, in Final Fantasy XIV, yes, aliens exist, and they're all dead. How's Makina doing? You better be thankful to have a cadet as talented as him on your side. I just wish he could have stayed in Class 2nd forever and never graduated. Is this Moogle wishing he died? Wow, what a dick.
They're Moogles.
What's with the grumpy face? Lighten up a little, would ya?
This Tom Mary's gonna stab Cater. Eidolons provide incredible power, but summoning that strength comes at a high price. Thoroughly assess the situation and determine whether it's worth making that sacrifice. Because if you summon Carbuncle, you will die. I'm not answering that, Repsonic. I'm not going to tell you Poo-Poo's dead or alive. It might be a zombie Poo-Poo, it might be Poo-Poo. You'll have to play it to find out.
It's a Schrodinger's Poo-Poo.
Wow, that gave me a really bad mental image, but okay. I pooped in the box, I did not poop in the box. How can you be feeling for Moogles when you spend the majority of 13-2 yeeting one? I need to yeet more of them. Ha! One carbuncle for one soul? A worthwhile trade indeed. Have you ever used Magicite before? It's basically magic energy in crystallized form, so you've got to handle it with extreme caution, unless you want to get blown sky high. Or if you stick it in your pocket while you kill a bunch of things, you learn all the spells inside it. You know they developed that stuff for people who are too clumsy to cast spells, don't you? I guess I could see it being more useful than actual magic in some situations, though. Asshole. Dragons have been sighted over Ibon. Do you think Concordia is trying to encroach on our territory too? No, they're trying to fight Militia. They're your allies. Stupid. I want to go to the lounge.
Yeah, you have to talk to Kurosame.
Cater can't figure out what the door is.
You want to talk to the Tomberry, but not to Kurosame. That's
yeah. He's got a main quest thing over his head. I want to see what's going on.
At ease.
As a reward thus far for your efforts, I've granted you permission to execute. Okay. I was looking for a joke there, and it just never happened. I've given you permission to execute Class 8. Execute triad maneuvers and summon eidolons when you use them, however, is up to you. Excellent. Hold Y and B to sacrifice your active leader. And summon the eidolons. Okay, great. Thanks, bye.
Class 0 gets a pass because every time they return to academia, Dr. Orisha revives them, so...
Yeah. Fair. But is it the same soul? Ah! Damn! Wow. A letter came the other day telling me my sister died, but it wasn't until I started reading that I remembered I even had a sibling in the first place. Holy shit. Wow, that's amazing. I think I'd be able to remember someone I grew up with, but maybe the better you know someone, the quicker you forget everything about them when they die. That's fucking horrifying. Holy shit. What kind of nightmare world is this? Concordia's offensive forces comprise entirely of wyverns. I wonder they've got the Azure Dragon Crystal enshrined in their peristelium. Oh my god, they turned Justinian into a crystal and enshrined him. Monsters. They don't only use dragons in combat either. Apparently, they also have these huge wyverns they used to transport thousands of tons of goods and supplies. If their dragons are really that enormous, then they could probably tear right through one of our dreadnoughts like a piece of parchment. You know, I haven't even seen a Suzaku dreadnought like once.
I'm just thinking. This is academia. This is a nation inspired of hope. And of course, they would have dreadnoughts. Of course.
Yeah, naturally. Naturally. It's amazing to think almost every citizen of Lorica was enlisted in the military. That's why it had to go. Even more incredible that they were all annihilated in the blink of an eye. They used energy from the crystal to enhance their soldiers, but not even that sacred power was enough to protect them against the Ultima Bomb. Your class has pointy shoulders. Suckers! My CO just chewed me out for no reason. It wasn't even my fault. Just because he's having a bad day doesn't mean he has to take it out on me. You know, it must be really easy to be a commanding officer in this world, because if someone under your command dies, you just forget they were ever there. You don't have to inform anyone. Just... Race Valkyr is now a shipping company. If we miss even one lecture, we're practically doomed to be held back a year. But you guys don't even have to study. Man, you cadets have it so easy. Once again, we're getting thrown in front of the enemy and shot at every day. Only a handful have been immortalized. Rubrum has seen a great many mages throughout the ages. Wow, that line. A great many mages throughout the ages, but only a handful have been immortalized in stone like this one here. If I'm lucky, maybe someday I will too. You don't even have a name, dude. You're trainee. Like, you're gonna die forgotten and alone, and no one's gonna remember you. No one's gonna remember you. Yeah, all the COs have 0 casualties because proof otherwise. Exactly.
I realized the other day when we discussed the shape of academia, it's actually in the shape of the phoenix. It's the shape of Rubrum's coat of arms, basically.
Yeah. Hello.
What the hell? Hey there, you guys totally couldn't have picked a better time to show. Oh wait, let me read this correctly. Hey there, you guys totally couldn't have picked a better time to show up. Let me just ask you, are you interested in making some major gil off a minor investment? I'm right on the verge of a business boom, but just a teensy bit short on capital. Let's say 1,000 gil? Come on, you know you want to lend it to me. When that boom comes, it'll practically be a gil explosion for us. Walmart Chocolina. my god, she ate 2 of my hours! All I did was give her some money and she ate my time. The name's Akagi. I'm from class 2nd. People talk about how powerful our Eidolons are, but have you ever stopped to give thanks to them? Dude, I don't even know who you are. Those gearheads in Militus scoff at Eidolons, calling them convenient little creatures. But that's because they wouldn't know a missile from a Moogle if it blew up in their face. I mean, if you throw a Moogle fast enough, it could be a missile. Like, if you throw a Moogle at, like, half the speed of light, you could throw it into the sun, it would detonate the sun, and destroy the entire solar system. And you wouldn't have to worry about missiles after that. Not only do they fail to acknowledge the Eidolon's awesome power, but they also overlook the fact that a summoner musters every ounce of his strength in his body to perform the ritual. We revere the Eidolons as gods of war, guardian deities of Rurum. Not like the Empire would understand. Judging from how they abuse their beloved technology, respect is a foreign concept. No one tells Sarah about Moogle missiles.
And no one tells Lightning about Moogle missiles.
I mean, Lightning's like the Warner von Braun of Moogle missile research. You seem like an altruistic soul. Won't you help your fellow cadets?
Why is that always the opening line for a fucking fetch quest?
Yeah.
Deuce was around, I think I saw her. I don't know if you talked to her.
No, I haven't. I saw her. See, I cannot help you because I'm already helping someone else.
We can do it.
There are many tasks that we cannot accomplish by ourselves, but that's exactly why we should all do as much as we can in any situation.
With the I forgot that with the class 0, there's always 2 different dialogues.
What is it?
Click on them twice each time.
It's also important though that we learn to accept the things we cannot change on our own. Otherwise, it will only lead to frustration. We certainly don't want that. Internal screaming.
Mm-hmm.
The list of Imperial casualties mentions a Schmitz. Apparently, he was a pretty big deal in Militus. I guess he got schmitzed. Don't tell me Class 0 got him, did they? I don't know. No one in Class 0 has ever killed anyone that we can remember.
Did you kill this person?
No.
Yeah.
I have no recollection of those events. We just went there and there was nobody there. Some insist that an understanding of war can only be gleaned from the time in the field, but I believe that book learning is just as effective at increasing your chance of survival, says the man who's never been in the field. Oh, she was saying that. Okay. Yep, we 9th class cadets are just a bunch of hopeless losers. Wait, you're in Class 0, aren't you? Does that mean you know about... Never mind. No, you can't do that. Fuck you! Asshole. This is why Class 9 is 9th. Our class is always fighting on the front lines, which is also why we have the highest turnover rate. Makes you realize how hard it is to find trustworthy comrades. Well, yeah, I mean, you've never had anyone you can trust in your life in that class. What class are they again? I don't remember.
That's... I think that was either class 2nd or class 11.
Yeah, exactly. Someone could be a serial killer and you would never know because you'd be like, well, they didn't kill anyone. They just, checked out their houses.
It's kind of complicated because they kind of they recall the event, the notion that I went to a battle, I killed a number of people, but then when it comes to recalling specifics, it's when things get fuzzy.
Mm-hmm. I swear, officer, I don't know where this blood came from. I'm gonna leave town. I'm gonna take care of my quests. And, I guess... What happened to the dunce in this game? Suicide missions? Apparently. Should I go into this town? I have not been in this town since I've liberated it. Quote unquote, liberated. I'll liberate the whole world before I'm done. Oh, this is a really small town. Hello, young child. Greetings, citizen. When I grow up, I want to work in academia just like him. Soldiers are all so cool. Soldiers like him don't use magic. I'm sorry. Sure, the town is starting to rebuild. That doesn't mean
they can, but they lose the touch with time.
Uh-huh. Folks at academia were kind enough to send supplies. Do you need any, by the way? Clearly, if you're hawking your shit to... Ooh, okay. I will buy 2. Thank you. Riot shields? A ballistic vest. That sounds useful. We'll also buy some of these. Increases HP by 10%? I will take 5. Okay.
When shops are actually useful.
I know, right? Hey, you're from academia, aren't you? On behalf of the town, welcome to McTie. He's so superficial. All he cares about is his clothes. He's all upset about a few lost scraps of fabric, but the way I see it, the real tragedy is how many books burned to ash in the war. He's not wrong.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to apologize in advance. If something smells like a chocobo stable, it's probably me. All my other clothes got torched in the war. I should probably get around to washing these soon and stop sleeping in the chocobo stables. So, like, this is the whole freaking town right here.
I mean, they allow you basically a zone of each town to explore.
I mean, I'm
missions.
totally fine with this town being like a square in the middle of town and the rest of the town being inaccessible, because there are going to be so many damn cities in this game. Hello there. I don't suppose you're here to celebrate the reconstruction of McTie, are you? Who am I kidding? Of course you're not. And you would be right. I'm not. I told everyone at least 1,000 times I'd be giving my first speech today as mayor to honor the city's recovery effort. But they forgot all about it. They probably weren't even listening in the first place. Who are you again, Dominion citizen? They could have at least... Oh, you know what? I'm going to do this. Yes, I will call everyone together with my energy guns. Who are these people? It seems shady. Dominion came to evaluate McTie and determine whether the city is worthy of receiving aid from academia. Every town needs a strong leader, especially one trying to rebuild, so I'd hope to hear the mayor speak. Speaking of the new mayor, shouldn't his address have begun by now? Yep. Yep. That sounds about right. Townspeople elected to temporarily leave the mayoral seat open as a show of reverence for their former leader. But that young man recently nominated himself for the position, and the citizens agreed to give him the spot. That sounds like that's his problem. Mayor's gonna do something? I wanna see. Wait for me, Mr. Mayor. Mayor's giving a speech. That's right, kid. Mayor's gonna talk. He's gonna say words.
Give me a moment.
You have 3. I don't remember hearing anything about a new mayor. Or him giving a speech. I have high hopes for him, though, so I'd like to go listen. Really? He's a politician. You shouldn't have hopes or anything. Citizens of the Dominion! The executions will begin now. I can't believe some people actually showed up to hear me. This is like literally the whole city of 15 people. Oh my god, really? Just fucking talk, dude. Just, ugh.
Sorry, I have to check what my kids had gotten their paws on. And turns out they had stolen my toothbrush.
Amazing. They're developing good habits early in life. Rhapsodic says, I just noticed that we're using the machinist of the group now instead of our usual dudes. That's just because I haven't changed anyone since the last time I went out to the field. Deuce died in the last mission. I don't know who you're talking about. It's always been Tater. Tater's always been our primary duder. She plays the music of guns. Alright, so everyone's waiting to hear this guy speak, and he's like, half the citizens aren't even here. Like, the whole town is, like, literally right there. Half the citizens are... God, just... Ugh. Are there doors or something? Is there somewhere else I gotta go to gather people? Is there another section to this town that I don't know about?
Nope. Not that I know.
Better your toothbrush than shitting in your shoes. Or shitting on your toothbrush.
Oh, no, please.
Okay, everyone's gathering for the mayor's speech. Let's hope that the dudes will be back. I just haven't swapped my primary character. God, I hate this mayor already. Fuck this guy. I'm gonna look at my tasks because I don't know what I'm supposed to do. That's not what I thought. Okay. There. Now we have the dudes. They're back. Whoa. I don't know where the quest list is. How to play. That's what I need. Shit. I don't know where they are. I know I'm supposed to gather pelts. I haven't done it yet.
Something pelts?
Yes.
Then you have to go to the cave that's...
Defeat 6 Perkinas for the Central Command Officer.
Oh, okay.
In North Togareth.
Okay.
Okay. Togareth is... here we go. North, so just go this direction. To the burbs.
Yeah.
Summon the burbs! Give your life for the burbs. I remember there were like huge monsters wandering in the fields in this place.
Yeah.
It made me happy. Okay, there we go. We're in Togar. Oh no, what happened? Oh, okay. There are monsters and chocobos. Wait, can I catch these? I'm gonna get you. Into the woods. Okay. That's how I replenish my stock now. I don't have to breed them. I can just keep capturing them from the wild until they're extinct.
True.
Whoa, that's crazy looking. Wait, is that where I was?
I think you're going a bit too far away. That's Militesi. That's a Militesi flag.
I know. I was thinking about invading it until you find the neon big one. Yes, exactly. What are these? I'm gonna fight it. Am I alone? I am alone.
Oh.
This was not the right thing.
No.
Pathetic.
Nope.
I just didn't feel...
F.
Now it's amazing. Okay, so those things are really hard. Not for fighting.
Maybe when you're level 99, perhaps you can try.
Oh my god, I found Zodiark's crater.
Oh.
But I literally don't know where to go to kill these things. What are they? North Togareth to take care of it. Deadline is mission day. Complete expert trial on United Front. Oh, so fuck! I gotta go back. No, not doing that. I'm gonna abandon this task. Go to the town. They're gonna give me another one. I'm gonna do that instead. Or I could just do those off stream. I don't know. I've got a few days to do. And this fucking mayor of McTie is an asshole. Fuck that guy. I'm gonna go into Corsi. Yeah, wait, there's nothing ominous there. Nothing at all. Well met, cadet. Today's luck is on your side. Call it what you will. Providence, good fortune, the crystal's blessing, but luck is the characteristic most essential to any adventurer. You see, I myself am a bit of a world traveler, a treasure hunter to be precise. I travel from the far reaches of Orient in search of rare and exotic items and sell them for profit, so you're a thief, okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, if they tell you they're treasure hunters, they're thieves.
Yeah.
Thanks for the tip, Locke.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. I suspect you lucky cadets might also profit from some of my insider information, and seeing as how today is a rather fortuitous day for me as well, I will gladly share my secrets with you at absolutely no charge. Alright, let me in. Most of my intel admittedly stems from rumors, meaning it's highly inaccurate. But someone as fortunate as yourself is sure to strike gold if you heed my advice. Oh my god. What is all this? Alright, let's go Corsi Cave. Curl then. Rumor has it that the leader of the Pride lurks somewhere in the innermost chamber. Curls are savage felines that can slash you limb from limb.
Slash limbs from limb is the last thing that worries me from confronting a curl. It's the paralyzing shit, though.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Aren't you guys Agito cadets? Maybe you can help me out. Plains of Rubrum have been flooded with those awful aqua flans. I was hoping you'd go out there and evaporate them for me. Would it be okay if I took the credit? I mean, you guys always get to be the heroes. When do I get my day in the sun? When you die. Won't you let me enjoy the glory just this once? Alright, whatever. I'm gonna do this for this asshole. He's here too? Also, McTie didn't have, like, any damage, and they were rebuilding it. Here, meanwhile, they're not doing any reconstruction, and the buildings are, like, half falling apart.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I am now going to become an accessory to crimes.
Well, the flans you can just kill wandering around here, so there's that.
It's crime time. Oh, I'm still wrapped. Shit.
Nah.
My dude. Good job, Deuce. Good looking out.
I see you basically settle for Rem, Ace, and Deuce.
No. I just didn't set my active roster.
Okay. But I mean, it's not a bad team. I mean, I'm just saying that because Ace is so Ace is so versatile in anything. So
He is.
There!
That's her ability in Record Keeper that makes her broken. I don't know what it does in this game. Aquavita. And I'm gonna fix my roster, because I do not like playing melee.
You prefer the dude.
I do prefer the dudes, and I prefer the speed of Cater, and semi-reserves. We'll have Cater and King. Yeah, whatever. That's fine.
I really like King. I actually didn't think I would like King as I did when I play myself. I mean, there's the reload thing, but the shots are brutal.
They are brutal, and his level ups increases magazine capacity.
Yeah, I know.
So I have to find.
It goes from 12 to 18, I think.
I'm guessing that aqua plants are located near the water.
Yeah. Dude.
No.
I mean, you could have kept fighting so you can kill. You could kill the flans.
There's no guarantee it would have. Look at this strange fire tower here that I'm sure I will never learn more of.
Oh, you got ambushed.
The power of morale would overcome all.
But so for the record, if you get a chain battle, it will spawn the same monsters but at higher levels.
Oh.
So that's why I asked that you could have gone for a chain.
Well, now I know. Guns are no power for them. Guns are no power against the power of bad music.
So we've mentioned Genshin Impact before. Now that we're speaking of music. So the latest nation that was released was Sumeru, the nation of wisdom.
Egypt nation.
Yeah, and one of the battle themes, because the composer is another MATLAB. And one of the battle themes, I mean, it's composed the time signature is composed based on do you know the Fibonacci sequence?
Yeah.
The golden ratio. Oh. It's amazing. It's so cool. I had to share that. It was like I was like they've applied the golden ratio. I mean, we of course as I'm a former fine arts student, so I know the golden ratio. But I would have never thought that you could apply that to music composing. And it was like, wow.
That's pretty amazing. Like, I will say, I've always really liked Genshin Impact. This is really good.
It's great.
I cannot stand. So there were no flans here. The
can't stand. But you can play on PC. I play on PC.
I do play on PC, but the structure of the game is a movie.
Okay. I mean, there's the gacha effect. Honestly,
that's what it is. The gacha. That kills me.
I mean, I play Genshin, and I've learned to only pull for characters that I really want.
Yeah.
I got a bad phase in which I was like, want every cool character, but then learn to no. You wait until you get one that you really want. Because honestly, the game itself, you can just build yourself, and it's just, and most of the 5 stars you can basically use for. It's mostly to brag more.
I don't know. I want to C6 everything.
Here goes.
I want like C6 Noel. And it's everything.
Oh, you mean the constellations? Yeah. I think a fair share of.
I mean the constellations.
Yeah, the constellations.
Yeah. Sorry, I thought you said constellations. Not the video.
I got a fair share of 4-star characters with at C6, but right now I've got a team of the basically C0 with no constellation, 5 stars, and I'm fine with that. So yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, I played Pokemon Masters for a very short while. The game structure really doesn't call out to me, even though I'm a long-time Pokemon fan. But Masters never really got my attention. It's weird, but
I don't know what it is.
it's the gacha game for Pokemon.
You know what? Pokemon should have always been an MMO. It would be a perfect MMO.
Honestly, yes, it would be. I mean, but right now people are complaining about the open world in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Well, not the open world per se. They're complaining about the game's performance. But I think that's just. I mean, it's not perfect. I know it could be more polished indeed, but you can play just fine, and the world is great. So, I mean, the environment is great. So I think yes, that they shouldn't give Pokemon games the tight deadlines, so they could polish things more. But at the same time, I think people are just exaggerating. So it's like. It's like I understand the criticism, but not to the level people are saying. Like it's unplayable. Like no.
I've heard it's buggy, but it's like buggy in a fun way.
Yeah, I mean, there's some weird moments that you may experience, but to me, it's more like fun than something obnoxious.
But it's buggy for a Nintendo game. I've
But
heard that.
yeah, but I mean, it's no Cyberpunk, so people are making like a fuss. So.
Cyberpunk was hilarious. I never played it, but I watched some of the crazy the bugs in that game. I think I've killed at least 10 Flans by now.
Likely.
Not done yet.
I mean, eventually they'll likely perform patches, I guess. Nintendo said they aren't planning a patch right now, but
I remember when like games had bugs, but they were like fun and you found them and they were just a thing. They never got patched out.
I mean,
it was impossible to patch them out.
The original Pokemon had bugs that people exploited, and they become legends of Pokemon. Basically the missing note, the Mew in the track if you served. I mean, those are basically ancient legends of of the Pokemon fandom, and those were bugs, and they could screw up your save game.
Yeah.
So there were no joke if you did these things bad. But now everyone's like throwing their hands in the air because of bugs that they aren't really.
They're not that bad.
Not that bad, really. And people right now they're also cool and hip, and and apparently Pokemon has never had bugs, and I'm like, mate, I recalled Red and Blue.
Yeah, Red and Blue had tons of bugs. So I don't know what people are talking about. Pokemon's always had bugs. Really
Yeah,
violent,
and
but I'm
for-
broke at the moment. No! Go to being broke during the holidays.
Speedrunners sometimes are the real culture when it comes to fandom. I said this because when it comes to Nintendo, I'm remembering the Game Boy Advance and even earlier era of Metroid, and one of the keys of speedrunning was speedrunning Metroid was taking advantage of the bugs, and one of them. I don't know. Have you played Metroid?
I played Metroid 2 on Game Boy, and apparently that's the hardest Metroid game. And after that, I was like, I'm never touching a Metroid game again. I have not played it since. So I don't know who let hope into this world.
Actually, I would buy it because it's for a quest later, and it's now that you mentioned that, it's amusing in hindsight. I will tell you once you get the quest. So the thing is, I was saying that because in Metroid, I don't know if it was Super Metroid or if it was Metroid Fusion. But you know that Samus has a certain skills that she unlocks as the game progresses and upgrades the power suit and stuff.
Okay.
So one of them is the Speed Buster, and so basically it works that if you run in a straight line without jumping and stuff, it activates and it's a Speed Buster, so you can run through some blocks, and it turns out someone discovered that because of a bug, you could jump in the air, keep the Speed Buster in place, and basically go on a straight line upwards in like a rocket, controlling the direction. And it was a bug originally, but later in Metroid games, the development team took notice of this and made this a playable mechanic. And they actually gave it the name that fandom gave the technique. It was called the fandom called it shine sparking, and they actually in subsequent Metroid titles they included the shine spark as one of the techniques you could do deliberately made awesome. Into. It's great. It's great. That's one of the best things that ever came from bugs in video games. Actually, it's so great.
Rhapsodi's gonna do an all-bird Pokemon team. Because they like how many birds are in the game.
So, I'm going to share something with the Pokemon side of chat. I went into she is good with the screen. It's great.
She literally does not know how to play with food. She has no idea.
I was going to say, that I went into Scarlet. I got Pokemon Scarlet. I went into Scarlet, having not checked a single spoiler for the game except for when it was announced on the starters and that was based on Spain and stuff. That's basically all I knew from Scarlet and Violet.
Wait. So let me get this straight. Pokemon games have spoilers?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
How?
Well, storylines that surprisingly people that we're not used to really complex storylines, but from time to time they actually sometimes manage to. I mean.
Like I always just assumed it was, you know, catch 150 of them, get them all, and then go beat all the gym masters at the end.
No, they've kept the format for the most part, but they've become more. Then again, to be fair, the most complex plot lines, Pokemon saves for spin-off. But then again, it's been a while since Pokemon has released an spin-off from their spin-off titles, so it's kind of. It's kind of a drought. Well, they release the remake remaster. I don't know. It's a remaster, but at the same time, it's kind of a remake of Pokemon Mystery Dungeons Red and Blue, which was for the Game Boy Advance. First, the Nintendo DS era. So you can imagine it was for the Switch. So you can imagine it was a remaster, but it was a really good remaster.
And Solemnity, that makes sense.
Yeah.
So it's less story, more like what are the forms and evolution.
To be fair, the storyline they usually keep away from trailers, and it works because then Pokemon trailers don't focus much on story.
I
so
mean,
you can
I figured the Pokemon games didn't focus much on story, to be honest. I didn't know.
They do have really some. I mean, there are some of the entries that have really good stories. I personally really like this one, Scarlet and Violet. I really liked, but one of the things I said is it mostly comes together by the end because of the nature of the game. If you make an entirely open world and free game, then your narrative is going to have to be subject to this sort of environment. Yeah. Something that wouldn't happen with a linear game, which people complain about. 13, but it also allows for more solid story.
Yeah, if it's off the rails, then it's fine. You know, if the storyline is just something you put together as you go, then it allows for more of a personalized experience, which I actually really like. I'm a big fan of that.
But in Scarlet and Violet, they managed to tie together the open world experience in the end game, and it was really great. It was very surprising plotline wise. It was really intense, and I was very surprised actually. But in terms of storyline of the mainline games, I think my favorite is Generation 7, Sun and Moon, and Generation 5 as well, Black and White. That was a really great.
My favorite generation is Generation 1, and that's really the only
because you haven't played the other ones.
No, exactly.
But with Pokemon, the deeper storyline, the deeper storylines are reserved to the spin-offs, and spin-offs are great. I'm still praying for a sequel to Pokemon Colosseum and Gale of Darkness. They were for the GameCube, and they're likely the best Pokemon titles in terms of the usual format. I keep saying that Colosseum and Gale of Darkness are no other title has topped that. Mystery Dungeon is a different formula, so I can't but in terms of plot lines and story, Mystery Dungeon is a must play. And then there's Pokemon Ranger, the Pokemon Ranger series.
God damn it.
They were really good as well. Pokemon Ranger 2 was great. Don't ruin my hopes, Rhapsodic. I really want. I mean, if they're not going to add a sequel to Colosseum and Gale of Darkness, at least they could remaster them.
I mean, that's a surprisingly heavy topic for a Pokemon game, Rhapsodic. Like, I will be honest, I don't know much about the Pokemon games because I've only played Red and Blue.
I've actually mentioned sometimes that if I could get myself an emulator, I would stream for Lorelines some of the deeper Pokemon games. I would actually stream if I could, but though I would have to find a proper Nintendo 3DS emulator for Mystery Dungeon Gates to Infinity, because that game it was heavily criticized back then because to be fair, Mystery Dungeon 2 Explorers are it left the stakes very high, but Gates to Infinity is so good. It's just that people came with expectations from a very great game, so it's usually what tends to happen when something's great and then something else comes after, and people are going to expect something to that level, and it's unfair because I mean, to be fair, I mean, Rhapsodic, with the 7th generation, I'm kind of torn because I really liked the rawness of the evil plot of Sun and Moon, and Ultra Sun and Moon actually did water down this plot, but I really like Ultra Necrozma and the Rainbow Rocket plot line after the Pokemon League. So I'm kind of torn there because it's like there are some things I want and certain things I like from the originals, and there are other things that the sequels made, well, the sequels or the alternate versions, whatever, made really good. So it's kind of so I'm kind of rambling on Pokemon, but
no, it's fun.
To be fair, I kind of cleared. I cleared Pokemon Scarlet. There's 2 legendaries I still have to catch, but then I got Tactics Ogre Reborn, and that's actually
Yumi's been talking about that non-stop.
I've been that's absolutely my jam. I've been playing playing Tactics Ogre, and it's great. But though I've had my moments of looking at the map of the battleground, looking at the disposition, the enemies and stuff, and brain suddenly going, I'm not in the mood to deal with this shit, and setting aside like this requires too much brain space for me right now.
I knew Yumi was mildly uncomfortable when he was playing Tactics Ogre because apparently there's a dragon called Latinos, and he was trying to tame it, and I was like, so you're gonna enslave Latinos? Way to go.
I was going to say I was tempted to intervene and be a really mean person and say it's not the first time you Americans have done that.
Oh wow.
And no, you can't.
There he is. There he is. He appears. The enslaver of Latinos.
And no, you can't use that argument with the Spanish because the Spanish didn't enslave Latinos. We went there to live with them. So there's that.
Right, sure, that's how it works.
I mean, there was a bit of conflict, but there was no no slavery.
No.
I know my history facts. You can't attack me with Spanish history facts. I know the story. I know the story.
What the fuck is this fire crystal? Of course, Yumi would walk in right as we're talking about him. Aha, I forgot waterfall. This is where I want to be. Do I know that?
You're done!
Ooh, I got a pretty pelt.
You can talk with the curl and submit, make it submit something in the feed.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh. So, that was really messed up. So basically, because it surrendered, I skinned it alive. All you have to say is tactics or time travel, and I, like a primal, am summoned to either bless you with my presence or give you all hell on a thirst. Amazing. More so because it works.
Mean, to be fair, I mean, I was like when I was tactics doesn't use time travel in the usual sense. Yeah, give me a moment.
Just time travel and tactics? How dare you ruin the game?
The Tactics series, Tactics Advance, has a moment. I mean, the plot is basically that the Grimoire of the Rift brings Luso to the time before to evolution after 12. After 12 on Revenant Wings, so there's why you have Van and Penelo as characters playable in Tactics Advance 2, and Van as a full-fledged Sky Pirate. That's the first time I actually met Van and Penelo. But the time travel is not made a big deal of it. It's just basically that the Grimoire transports Luso back to that time, and it doesn't have any relevance aside from basically Luso getting isekai'd into the past of his world. So yeah.
I will say though, Van and Penelo are still criminally underdeveloped.
They took the time to develop Van and Penelo in the sequels and Tactics Advance 2, to be fair.
But not in their own game.
Van has his own development. It's just that it's overshadowed by the arc of Ash and Balthier. The one that actually got shafted was Penelo Saf because because Matsuno always regretted that because of deadlines and stuff and game space, he couldn't add Penelo's story, which he had entirely written. And Matsuno always said in interviews that he always took the chance when there was the chance to expand on the 12 universe to add more things about Penelo.
In the name of science. Oh, I already picked it up. Cool. Wait, did I pick it up?
In the name of science?
Yes. In the name of science, please help me find the fire shard. So, in the name of science, please help me find the magic.
In the name of science and fire, that's just. I'm going to just shut up because.
No. Continue talking.
No, I mean, it's just this game has a has the ability to make me think of hope every fucking turn.
Well, I mean, we are from academia, so
Yeah. Yes, we are waiting for Matsuno to return and put Evilise back on the map. Yes.
in 14.
I don't mind. I don't mind where. I just want more Evilise, and I want to. And now that they given me Tactics Ogre, and it plays like fucking Tactics Advance and Advance 2, I want a remake, a remaster of Final Fantasy Tactics Advance. Fucking hell.
Oh, you made me so excited. Am I lost in this cave? Holy crap.
You just have to follow the arrow.
I know, but I'm trying to find the fire crystal at the same time. I don't know if I've found it yet. It says quota 1 of 1. And I don't know if that means that I've completed the task or if that's how many tasks I have.
Yes, Rhapsodic, the new Tactics Ogre plays like Tactics Advance, except with the other thing with the original thing from Tactics. Well, the original Tactics, that if one of your characters is defeated and you don't revive them in 3 turns, it's gone forever.
Oh god.
That was the thing that stressed me most of the original Tactics, War of the Lions, and I was like, okay, fine.
Yeah, I actually really want to get Tactics Ogre. More money.
What I didn't know is that there's different paths that you could end up in Tactics Ogre. Oh, give me a moment.
The kittens are attacking. Let's hope I didn't fuck this up like the last time. Where I completed the quest and I didn't turn it in and then I took a new one. I was like, do you want to drop the quest? And I was like, yes. Oh. Oh, I did find it. Cool. Cool. An iron ring. Thanks.
It is stressful. I have to say, Tactics Ogre is not easy. I had to restart battles more than once because I'm kind of a blockhead sometimes. Charging ahead, full DPS, and sometimes in these games that's not the best idea ever. It's like.
Wait. There's a unity level in each of your units.
Yeah.
And if you abuse them too much, they can leave? What kind of garbage is that? They're there for me to abuse. If I want to toss Timmy on the front lines, have him get impaled every fight, I'm gonna do it.
I'm surprised. Some of them have not told me to scram at this point. To be fair, but I
don't need to hire anyone. I have money.
Yeah, until you don't have money because you're fucking broke buying weapons, and it's like, where did my weapons go? Where did my gold go?
Screw
Like
rules,
the other
I have
day,
money.
Like yesterday, I actually had to go to the fucking area that, what's it called, Rampa? Like it's a forest with many areas that's basically there to, if you want to get monsters, you can get monster if you're lucky. I'm fine with my 2 dragons and my Griffon, and then yeah. I do have a Beastmaster. The thing is that my Beastmaster, I mean, it's not really practical to have because I don't know. Maybe I could try, but I have a fairly solid team right now.
So I'm just looking at the construction here.
Mm-hmm.
There's, like, I saw this big ring, and I was like, clearly that's remnants from the invasion. But no, they've cleared all that out. Who
No,
are you?
it's, I mean...
An original model. Oh, okay. Who's in charge of Class 0? Isn't it Arya? It's me. Huh, okay. She's efficient, modest, and scared of talking.
Yeah.
I really admire her, and so do other orderlies. She's all we ever talk about on break. The really terrible breaks. It's the asshole. Oh. Now I have a void magic.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if I can avoid moves. Let's see.
Have you gone to room 0? So you can. I don't know if you can talk.
I will head there, but I want to head to the other branches first.
Okay.
The SO system. What is the SO system?
It's the
Oh, I see. Okay.
I refuse them because I don't really bother with the alternative objectives.
See, I like it when they're like, "Hey, here's an alternative objective. You have 30 seconds to do it." I'm like, "Done."
Mm-hmm.
I think the Milites's spy weaseled their way into Rue Room undetected. Yeah, you're not really doing your job, are you? Ooh, confidential. 3 green Phantoma. I happen to have like 50. But excellent. Oh, wait, what?
That means that you have to change the REM.
Yeah.
So if you want to get the scene.
Ah, this is the kind of stuff I'm looking for.
Mm-hmm.
Where's the crystal? I know there's one in Class 0.
Mm-hmm.
I do like that, and that is entirely the fault of Record Keeper. She's just so broken in that game. Oh, see, Ayumi said I check the loyalty level of the units I recruit, and if it's at a questionable level, and then I just self-inserted the rest of it. It's like, if it's at a questionable level, I put them in the dungeon until it raises to an appropriate level.
The medications are not working. Your symptoms have gotten worse.
Oh god, she's got magic
How much
cancer.
time do I have left?
I can't say, but perhaps you'd best begin saying your goodbyes. I heard from my predecessor that you want to fight on the battlefield as a cadet until the very end.
Yes. If I'm not going to recover, then I don't want to just lie in bed waiting to die.
Then you'll need to submit your request on paper. I'm giving you a new prescription to take every morning. Just so you know, you may experience intense pain at night.
That's awful.
Yes.
Oh my god.
I understand.
Dismissed. You have another question?
Could I ask you not to tell anyone in Class 0 that I'm sick?
Oh, that's no problem. Personal information on cadets is strictly confidential.
Sent.
I won't tell anyone.
Yeah, I too wish that, my doctor would tell me that I have lung cancer while blowing cigarettes in my face. chick from Wreck-It Ralph. Sarah Silverman.
Can I help you?
You're here to pick on me, aren't you? Aren't you?
What? I don't think we even know each other.
You didn't like how I looked at you or something like that. That's why you're picking on me!
Hey, lower your voice. You're making a scene.
Ah! You just told me not to make a scene. You told me to stop talking, to stop breathing.
You're exaggerating.
Not what they said.
You didn't come here to pick on me. You came here to kill me. Well then, I'm gonna blow you to smithereens!
What? Hey!
Oh wait, this one's not ready yet. Ah! I'll be back for you!
Huh?
What was that all about?
Lots of characters here, I see.
I don't know what just happened. Made a new friend. Try and help them out.
What?
Yeah, listen. She almost kicked your ass.
What?
You can, like I told you, you can talk twice.
What?
I do like not lightning. No, you should, Zen. You should.
According to my theory, this should be right. Maybe I need more samples. Would you not sneak up on me like that? That's Class 0 for you. I'm Kazusa. I guess you could say I'm a researcher with the Armory Guild. Pleased to meet you. Oh, right. I've been wanting to talk to you Class 0 kids. Would you come with me? I know you're busy, so just stop by when you have time. I'd love to see any member of Class 0, so please tell your classmates.
She creeps me out.
I've been waiting.
Oh, I made a huge mistake. I made a huge mistake. Anyone's like, you want to come back to my lab with me? Let's say we have a little fun together.
What are the odds that that was actually a legit pickup line in academia?
And this is my secret lab. Well, don't be shy.
Oh, thank
Go
God. I
on
thought
in.
his secret lab was in his pants. He's just taking me to his sex dungeon. It's okay. Oh, God. Well, Ben got roofied.
Oh, come on. Don't be so mad. You know me. I had to know more. The drug isn't as strong as what I used on you. The kid'll be fine. All right. I'm sorry. Look! It's wearing off! The kid's waking up now! Everything's fine! Hey! Crossame!
Crossame?
We could have all gone together. That Crossame. Such a shy boy. Looks like the drug hasn't worn off entirely. Oh well. I guess I'll have to carry you.
He literally took one of the two of the only members of Class 0 who have nothing special about them. Great job!
I've been waiting.
Yeah, there's definitely not FDA approval for... Oh, he did it again? What? Oh my God!
Beautiful.
You walk yourself.
It truly is a work of art.
What is
I
happening?
want to make one with my own 2 hands. And for that, research.
No, I hate this. But he keeps giving me stuff. I can't just say no. I'm addicted to things. Yeah, why the fuck is he saying that when I'm drugged and immobile? Exactly. The human body's so beautiful. Nice to meet you. I'm Top Jabana from Class 2nd. I heard you guys haven't had any casualties yet. Pretty impressive. Yeah, we totally haven't. And neither has any other class. Nah, you don't have any casualties. Then again, getting upset over fallen comrades would just hold us back in the field. For warriors like us, losing our memories of the dead is truly a blessing.
F.
Tasks.
Good work.
Little prodigies. One of my researchers had the misfortune of running into the Empire en route to back to academia. She managed to escape into the coursing. This fucking cave, Jesus Christ. Ugh, no. Fuck off, I'm not going back in the cave. At least not yet. Hey, Class 0, you've got impeccable timing. I've got a little favor to ask you, but don't tell anyone about it, okay? Infiltrate the Imperial-occupied forest of North Cobheran and take a Militesi soldier prisoner. Can't take prisoners once the region becomes dominion. They kill them all once we take the region. So wipe out the enemy later and take the guns into. Oh.
Give me a moment.
Mission isn't going to complete itself. Yeah, but I mean, you could totally complete it and be fine.
Huh?
Wow, there is so much to unpack in this line. I hate reading, I hate words, and I hate thinking. Yeah, I'm not going back into the cave. The drugs haven't worn off yet.
Oh, 9.
Yeah. He hates books, he hates reading, and he hates thinking.
Hey, you eat
There
yet?
you go. I don't get why the faculty here is so focused on book learning. They should forget about how many points we get on tests and just grade us on how many troopers we waste in the field. Yo.
That's a lot of books, hey? I mean, I could read all these if I read for the rest of my life, yo.
I read quickly. I could read them all if I live long enough.
You must be quiet inside the Crystarium. By the crystal. You are cadets. You should know better.
Hey, yo. That's going a little bit too far, don't you think, huh?
No,
I have no
not really.
interest in speaking
No.
to uncultured.
No.
That
What
sounds
the
reasonable.
hell did you just say? You want a piece of me, punk? Hey, yo!
9. That's enough.
You say I ain't cultured? I don't like to brag or nothing, but I can name all 4 crystal states in Orients, yo!
Wow.
I hate to tell you this, 9, but that's not culture. It's common knowledge.
Well, if you'll just excuse me, I'd rather avoid contagion.
Oh god, I saw 9,
Oh,
and I was like, oh, he's so
don't worry
pretty.
about that.
And then it keeps opening his
Surely you
fucking
know
mouth.
stupidity isn't contagious, don't you? I wouldn't be here with you if it were.
Is that supposed to make me feel better, eh?
Oh, I get it. He's Canadian. Although he's a bit rude for a
Like-
Canadian, so.
Like when you think about the fact that in Japanese, 9's voice actor is the same as Snow, everything makes sense.
I mean, they act exactly the same. For fuck's sakes, when you order Zell from Wish. Occasionally, Wish does have good things, but it's kind of a crapshoot. Any quests in here? Saru and Hirohatter, both so juvenile, but they're fun. I'm assuming you're a Saru. I'm disappointed they didn't get Troy Baker to voice him, but I guess budget.
I mean...
What do you want?
Let our humble song clear your what? Yeah, well, the King of Lorca is dead, so enjoy that. Oh, coffee. Okay, it looked really weird from this angle. I was like, what is the steam coming out of?
What is it?
See, this is so fucked up. I took a look at the casualty list and the administration posted. That the administration posted, but I didn't recognize a single person. I can't remember the names of faces of any of the guys who went to Togareth. No matter what happens, though, I don't want to forget Emina. I can't even imagine how it would feel to have her completely erased from my life. Well, the good news is, if she dies, you'll never know and you won't care.
Mm-hmm.
Drugs in the coffee, yo. Yeah, not wrong.
You can talk to Ace again.
Yeah.
Oh, Jack.
Yeah, no, it was totally different. See, Jack.
Huh?
You're smart.
What is it?
We're gonna check back on this guy later. She'll be dead. It's true. Does the Empire have some kind of l'Cie army they can summon at will or something? Fighting a bunch of uber powerful superhumans wherever we go isn't really my idea of fun. I guarantee you the rest of the class does not share that opinion.
What's up?
It's tinged with hope. He gets into everything. He's like cranberry juice.
Try the new extra spicy.
It's even worse considering who's
Now that I think about
Ace Japanese
Machina
voice
can't
actor.
eat spicy foods.
Machina can't eat spicy food. I should bring Machina here and just see what happens. Stereotypical casual raider. Wow.
I mean, you could use Machina since you put Machina sort of in the waiting room screen. You could run the chapter.
Okay, ahora vamos a comenzar. Tenemos la hombre de la mancha aquí. Ahora está corriendo al centro y vamos a regresar al medio. Ahora lo vamos a poner algo picante aquí, lo va a comer. He didn't do anything. He just looks very disappointed. The fuck was in that coffee? I didn't have any. Oh wait, no, I did. I totally did. I don't know. It was. I told you, it's like 90% sugar. Meanwhile, I'm like, I didn't have any coffee. The coffee died. I clearly don't remember ever drinking coffee.
You know the thing that you actually, I'm so not used to speak with I'm so used to hear you guys speaking English that you just caused a short circuit in my brain. It's like suddenly a mix of two worlds in my head, and it's like.
Help you?
I will be honest. Like when I'm at work, I pretty much speak exclusively Spanish because we have a very large Venezuelan population there.
Oh.
So like I'm very used to it. And plus my wife is Cuban, so it's like the super fast Spanish. And like half the time it's like yes, I'll just agree. Let's see. No, I don't.
Yeah, but you don't hear me speak Spanish either. So.
Well, no, I see you tweet in Spanish, and that's kind of like, huh, okay. If you renounce your commit. Amazing. So let me get this straight. If you renounce your humanity and become a l'Cie, you get the power to annihilate one of your own cities and kill thousands of innocents. Yeah, real enticing. Oh my god, I want Slice to become a l'Cie. That would be amazing. You're welcome, you. End 3 lives. Okay. To the arena we go. We can spam the Discord with Cobb going full Spanish in field flow.
I mean, like I said, I mean, my Twitter, I don't usually tweet, but I try to, for the most part, I try to tweet in English.
Oh my god, since Pokemon came out, you've been tweeting in like almost exclusively Spanish.
I changed, but when it comes to Pokemon, I don't know, I have the habit of tweeting in Spanish. I don't know, perhaps it's the fandom difference, but when it comes to other stuff, I tweet in English. Mm-hmm. But then again, I retweet things shit that happens in my country and stuff. That's Spanish as well. And sometimes from my retweets, you may glimpse how fucked up my country is.
The 4 champions. Okay. The 4 champions tried to murder Commander Kurosama's friends. My cadet, she was so brave. With her last Delta strike, she cast a healing spell on the commander in the hope that he might live on. Now he's cursed to live forever. He can never die. He wrote himself a note to himself in his own blood, just to shoot your laugh. Oh wow, that's sad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll stick with them. Yeah, all countries are pretty fucked up at this point. Not wrong.
One way or another, yeah.
So I have to end.
Basically what I take from the world's by all countries right now is that I definitely don't agree with extremes, and that extremes are the worst thing that could happen in any sense, in any way or form. That's my take.
Wow, Rem has really high fire magic. And just really high magic in general. Holy crap. Okay, I guess I'm sticking with Rem, and I'm going to set abilities.
Maybe you should pay a visit to the armory and update and take different weapons.
I missed
Don't get me started on my absolute dumbfuckery in our government sense, because it's the latest. If I were to tell you the latest, you wouldn't believe something like that could ever happen in a government, and it does happen because we're suffering right now.
No. But like we said, all countries are pretty fucked up right now. The further our territory expands, the vaster our inventory will grow. So go forth, conquer, rule, so that you may have greater potions.
So that was the real reason for Garlemal's conquest.
Yeah, they wanted more inventory. See, I wish that it would tell me how much it was an increase. Oh my god. Alright, MP.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, my take on American politics is very. I confess that America tends to confuse me a lot. But,
yeah, we confuse ourselves a lot.
Like, yeah, I was going to say I make a Pokemon joke, and it's so confused. You're so confused you hit yourselves. But you hurt yourself in confusion. But the thing is that when I look at your politics, they don't really. I mean, I feel like there's no difference between your political parties, and in the terms of no one is actually doing. I mean, what at least we consider a government should do in terms of. I mean, and we're fucked up, but in the other sense. So it's like, so in Europe, I think it's a general Europe thing that we look at America and it's like, what are you? What are you even? It's like your right wing is weird for in terms of our right wings, and your left wing is not even you could even consider it a left wing, and it's like, what are you?
Yeah, our left wing is like European moderate.
No, your left wing, at least here in Spain, is like or most conservative political party right now.
Oh wow!
So you get the idea.
Jesus.
And in our country, they're calling them fascist. But then again, everyone calls fascist.
Everybody calls everybody fascist. It doesn't mean anything anymore.
It doesn't mean anything.
Unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yes, because one day we're going to meet. You're going to find a real sexist and a real fascist, and we're not going to have a word to name that properly because it's become such a buzzword. And
we will. It'll be. We'll invent a new word for it. It'll be. I don't know. It'll be something. Anyway. No. I don't want that. I want this. I hope this works where I can just kill 3 of them.
I no idea. But we're gonna try. But then again, in Spain, we have the right wing. It's basically your American left. Sort of. They're actually more left. They're more left than your left. So there's that. And people here are calling it the extreme right, and it's like you don't have any idea of what extreme right is. That's one thing. And then we're basically our government is governing in coalition with communists. So yeah, that's sarcasm, of course.
Clearly.
So, but the thing, I could go here into. I have to ramble because I've been raging lately because of this because I don't know if you know that we in Spain have something that's quote unquote called the Ministry of Equality. And it's basically a ministry. It's basically a ministry. I mean, we here in Spain we actually call it the Ministry of Inequality because it's basically. I mean, one thing is feminism, and a different thing is misandry. That's what you call it, right? Misandry.
Hatred of men.
Exactly. So we got that, and we got government supported campaigns against men, and that just well, and they say like some years ago there was a really mediatic media. That's how you call it. Anyway,
Ministry of Truth and all.
Yes, we do have that, even though not called that, but unofficially we do have a Ministry of Truth. The entire media is basically paid by the government to propaganda. So yeah, but the blessings of communism. Anyways.
Yeah.
But yeah, so this ministry, whose main figurehead calling herself a feminist, they're also basically a bunch of TERFs pretending to be to make laws for trans people. It's a mess because how should I put this? So you get the idea. Really, so the seriously trans people in Spain are clamoring against this law because it's obnoxious and it's really people who've actually transitioned stuff. It basically. Oh well. Anyways, if you talk to this lady, I'm going to tell you something.
She is so pretty. Why does she have so much physics?
Why, hello. You're from Class 0, aren't you?
Oh, she's the one the guy doesn't want to die.
Don't be so surprised.
I don't want her to die either.
Kids are famous.
For two good reasons.
Dr. Horatio's darling children, the ones who destroyed the crystal jammer. Oh my. What's this? Now you don't trust me? And you're not even trying to hide it. How adorable. My name is Emina. I'm a commander of cadets. However, I don't have a class at the moment, so...
If I told you that this lady's English BA is Lightnings, would you believe me?
That someone like you is a cadet, I wish I had a class of my own. I'm sure you'd much rather have me than Karasume as a commander. Right?
Yes.
Come and see me if you have the time. I never go out into battle, so you can always find me in academia. I'll be waiting.
Why do we have Kurosame as a commander when we have her?
I missed you.
Emina's voice actress is Ali Hillis.
What is this? This new bikini is pretty daring, but it's absolutely adorable. It's no fun to wear it around in my room, though. Can't wait to hit the beach and show it off.
When you were joking around the bikini in Corsi, and you were like, "What's this about hope?" and I was thinking to myself, "It's actually a gift for Emina, who is voiced by Ali."
Amazing. Yeah, I need to go to the beach. The war can wait. Where's the beach? Is it by the Chocobo Ranch? Where's the beach? Gotta find the beach. Now the hope joke pays off. There's a war? Well, for the last time, no. I'm not altruistic, and I'm not gonna help you.
I'm just thinking the beach episode, and I'm thinking to myself the whole in 13-2, the whole Hope fangirl club in academia, and I was like, and the thing that I think it was in the server when it was like, one thing is what academia thinks hope is like, and another thing is how hope really is like, which is basically a skinny twig nerd.
So real talk.
Beach episode.
Yeah, when is the beach episode for Type-0? Because there's got to be one.
Wanna play?
No.
So if you go with Ace to the benches, you can get special cutscene.
Ace?
Mm-hmm. Yes,
I'll
Ace
be back
both
with
for
Ace. Oh my
Hey,
god,
how you
Cater
doing?
has a quest. Yes, I do. I want all the cheese men. Old Great Face used to be one of the 4 champions of Room. Yeah, I know. We just went over this. Apparently, one of them all of a sudden turned on the group and ended up scorching Kurosama's face. That's why he's always wearing that mask. The trader always used to travel with a cactuar. Kind of like CO and his Tonberry. Rumor has it that the cactuar still roams these halls today. Oh my god. Can I increase my bond with Lady Hope? Yes. Yes. So yeah, suddenly I'm all about Emina. Cause like I'm kind of like I don't even know if I care about the bikini. Like full armor, that's hot. Sure. Always proceed with your weapon drawn. Wow. Thanks. Oh no. Well, no. See, Heroes Season 1 was all there was of Heroes. There was only a Season 1. I don't know what you're talking about.
So I would say to take Ace to the benches and then to the Chocobo stables, because I think there's another cutscene with Trey.
Yes, the intellectual, the complete opposite of 9.
Yeah.
In fact, he's like the anti-9. Yeah, Sense, if you find where to make that happen, go ahead and post that in chat. Power of a Primus Lassie is staggering. Surely you know about Lassie, yes? No, I've never heard of it. What is a Lassie? The term Lassie refers to one who has received a focus from one of the 4 crystals. So yes for science. So that means that the crystals operate as the fall sea.
Mm-hmm.
He who disobeys is cursed to live as a thief. Did I run into any thief yet? I don't think so.
Nope.
Awesome.
Yay. Let's see, is blessed with the power immeasurable and life eternal. Oh god, life eternal. I have to live forever. And all for one purpose, to execute the will of his respective crystal. It's interesting to note that although we lose our painful memories of those who have died, the names and faces of Lassie remain in our minds long after they turn to crystal. Seeing as Lassie lives such solitary existences that can span several centuries, perhaps they simply outlive all those who might grieve for them. Wow, that's... wow. 9 is trace square root, thank you. Or, oh god, what is it? It's like the simple calculus thing. God, I can't brain right now.
Mm,
Has anyone found the beach yet?
No. I was going to say, if you want to change to Ace to
Nah, we don't
go
do
to
that
the bench.
Man, you are really all about changing to Ace and going to the benches.
Yeah,
You know that's the makeout spot, right? Now we have to look at the similarities between Deuce and Cater. Or Quattro. Where am I going?
It was to the cemetery, so plus 0.
Yeah, I know, but I'm going crazy. Zental has consulted the Holy Scripture, and you have to finish all of Kazusa's quests to get the bikini scene. Or it's been cut and we write it. So Kazusa is going to be our best fucking friend. And we're going to do everything he asks.
You sure like chocobos, don't you?
Yeah, but I've never had one.
Is that weird? Of course not.
Back to the Silent Hill song.
My little brother's a cadet. He really likes chocobos too. So much so that he even insisted on naming my chocobo. I actually came here today to see him, but he had to go on a mission at the very last minute. Elite cadets don't have it easy.
We do our duty as cadets.
You're very mature for your age. Unlike my brother.
Idiot brother.
Can I ask, do you have any little brothers or sisters? Somehow you look like you do.
Maybe. I really don't know who's older, who's younger.
You don't know?
Well, all Mother told us was that we're brothers and sisters. Even if they are my siblings, they tend to get in my way.
I used to think that about my brother.
Used to?
Yeah. My brother was gifted enough to be an elite cadet. But he made me feel like a failure. So, I used to keep my distance from him.
And it's different now?
Yeah. After I realized that we're brothers. You know, real bona fide brothers.
It took that long?
Yes. Maybe I was a little slow. But I don't think you've realized it yet yourself. The thing about siblings is, no matter how differently they think or how annoying they are, they share a common destiny. It's the epitome of unfairness, right?
Yeah. I mean, it's not like I wanted to be a brother to any of those people.
Someday you'll understand, too. When you have brothers and sisters, that means that you're not alone. It's not like having a friend or a sweetheart. The bond is more gritty, you know? Kinda awkward, but comforting at the same time. It's not just because you're related. And it's not just from spending a long time living together. Well, that's my theory. Anyway.
So, what does the bond come from then?
It comes from having to face our respective fates alongside each other. At least that's what I think. But hey, why am I going on like this? I guess I just needed someone to talk to, since I didn't get to talk to my brother. Thank you for standing in for my brother.
Hey, what's your name?
Izana.
Oh, I should have cut
Kunigi.
right there. It's like, I can't remember his name. Hey, there was an elixir under this chair. Go to the cemetery.
You may have realized, Ace. Isana is dead, but Ace can.
He can remember him.
Not exactly remember. He's dreaming of him.
He's probably like, I don't know who the fuck that was.
You look well. You look well.
Okay, so the arena does not count towards the targets, and I don't want to spend 6 hours going outside. So, what the hell?
Fire Emblem Three Houses.
Yeah, I've never played it.
I don't know if you can go.
I've never played any Fire Emblem games. Like, the most I know about Fire Emblem is, Tari's hot. And Ike and Martha are characters in Smash Bros.
If you want to advance the time and talk to Kurasame for the next mission, you can do it.
No, I want to take his task. Practice maintaining your composure in the field. Study your opponent. Wait for the right time and strike. Okay, so get a red kill site.
Mm-hmm.
Have to do that before mission day. So that is our top priority. Back to the doctor and look at the beach. She just wanted to kill. She wanted me to kill 3 people. Now, is there anywhere I can go to kill a bunch of things before? Okay. With not lightning and stuff together. I'm glad that it, like, I had never seen her model. I didn't know anything about her, and I'm just like, oh. Why is no one talking about her?
Because you were all about size.
Yeah. Are you familiar with Data Link? It's a Magitech communication system used by the Dominion. If it's Magitech, then why are we using it? Shouldn't we just use magic? So we have cell phone towers. The 5G is here!
Lightning is not. I mean, I mean, if you take from an artist's point of, from an anatomy point, so to speak, Lightning's I mean, Sarah is actually curvier than her sister. But makes sense because Lightning is a soldier, so it's more. She's not like muscle built, but she's leaner. But at the same time, is like straighter lines that curvy. Sarah is curvy and actually has a larger breast size than her sister, even though she's younger. So there's.
No, Emina is a commander. She is not underage.
Yeah, Emina is. I think she's one of the staff in academia. So
yeah, she'd probably be in her mid-20s.
Likely.
30s. What do I want?
I would take everything because all of these are useful.
Sarah's thick as fuck. Gross. Wow, Magina.
Magina.
These should be voice acted. Like, holy shit.
You know the thing? The last part is one of Makina's voice lines in the City Opera Omnia, just in Japanese.
Wow.
You can use that in co-op.
Oh, it's
you
the
got
same, okay.
one. You got the same. Sometimes, I mean, it's random. It has a whole different batch of. They are all worth. No, that's 9.
Yeah. What's the policy on food in the class? If you got grub, share the love.
Jack!
Amazing. Amazing.
Jack is listed as I mean, listed as the power of ignorance, it shows.
Sice, wake up and tell me the guy full of Concordia. Jesus Christ. These roasts are amazing. Yeah, I could totally buy that they're a family.
When you go to school with all of your 11 brothers and sisters. I mean, bar Machina and Rem, because they're not. They're class 0, but at the same time they're not class 0.
Yeah, they're not like the others, which is interesting. There's something to that. I don't know what. One thing I really dislike about this game is that you can't take more than one test at once. It annoys the hell out of me. But that gives you, like, you have to pick and choose what you want to complete. So.
Yeah.
No, we are phasing into Silent Hill. We've already had the intro music, and I'm sure Laura's already popped up once or twice. So.
That's fair, actually. So, because to me, I mean, the class 0 from all the characters, they're basically family. So I don't think of class 0 as. I don't usually think of shipping, but when it comes to class 0, it's even harder for me to think of shipping because they're basically family.
Yeah, I would say, yeah, I can't think of any ships for this game aside from Emina and me.
I mean, Machina and Rem is basically, the childhood friend romance, but but they are not class 0. Then again.
All right, I got it checked. I have a void.
Just kill them all. Let's go.
Have you talked with class 0?
Not yet, but I'm not leaving yet. So. Ugh.
Night Scent.
Night Scent. Yes, Zent and the Doctor is also a ship. So let's see what we got. Ooh, acoustic amplifier.
Sounds
Her
like
music
that
is
sounds...
even more terrible. I'm gonna put Inner Feeling on.
That's her LD ability in the City of Perome, I think.
Nope.
For some reason, I was like, I barely use Juice in the City of Perome, even though I have all of her weapons and she's max level, sort of. I have her build, but I was like, she's one of these characters that I have, but I don't usually use. And I was like, it wasn't him not healing her LD skill? And I was like, sounds like it was... Like, from the Type-0 cast in the City of Peromnia, I think the one I use the most, well, definitely Ace, because I have his burst weapon, and unsurprisingly, and Machina, I also have Machina's burst, and I have him build. He's a really good DPS, and I also have Rem too. She's fairly good. She's I use, Kurasame is really great too in this City of Peromnia. Yeah, please. I want to reshow Risha in the City Opera. Oh, yeah.
Huh? What is it?
For reasons.
Feeling good?
Jack.
This isn't the time to chat. Don't forget to train.
Leave this to me.
What's up? Ready for this? Hey.
Wow. Designated loser.
Hello. Can I help you?
What's the matter?
Speak for yourself. Deuce is an absolute machine.
How may I enlighten you?
Slice's chill button is broken. She is 100% no chill. One must dare to be somewhat sauvage.
What?
Hey, how you doing?
So Cater's gonna kill her own people.
You okay?
7 is taking a very neutral position.
Then the himbo.
Wow. Fucking wow. Pay attention to the briefing so you can tell me what to do later. I don't listen
Can I
to
help
that.
you? What's the matter?
What? Is she coughing and dying? We can't choose the time we're born into, but we can choose the way we live our lives now.
What's the matter?
Let's make the most of this world of ours. Together we can paint a brighter future for all of Orients. That reads really strange.
Let's do it.
There's never any competition back for me back in last second, but it's not hard to lose confidence on missions with you guys. I'm constantly reminded of how much more work I have to do than when I fought bulls.
What's up?
If only I were stronger, like the Lassie, I would be unstoppable. With that kind of power, it would really be worth sacrificing my humanity.
What do you want?
No.
What's up?
No.
What?
I don't remember who's Ram's VA. I really like King because King is so chill.
Yeah,
like
I really wish they had gotten the entire 13 cast to just voice different people in this game. I think that would have been awesome. Just reach your destination. This game is full of Walmart VAs. And in some cases, it shows more than others.
I mean, it's not the best voice acting ever, but I don't think it's bad either. I mean, sometimes
it's not like late '90s anime bad, no. But it's definitely a step below what we're used to now.
I mean, sometimes one has to remember that for younger VAs, they have to start at some point, and sometimes they are a bit more awkward, and sometimes but they have to start somewhere.
Yeah,
no one.
You're absolutely right.
That's
not
that's
wrong.
a low.
But
that's a low bar, except for Gideon Emery, because Gideon Emery is a legend.
You have to remember though, it's not just the voice actors; it's also the director. And if the director is bad, the voice acting is going to be bad.
I mean, Gideon Emery shines as Urianger because it's Gideon Emery. That's like the best. The
one
voice
English voice actor in the whole thing. The rest are American.
It's actually true. Gideon Emery is English, actually. I mean, he's the voice of Balthier. So.
Yeah. I know. All right, how do you use this here ship? So one of us is coming back alive, and those that won't, we won't remember.
Well,
there is a complete change in voice direction and voice cast once you hit Heavensward.
Yeah, the only loss is losing Urianger. I mean Gideon Emery as Urianger, but Timothy, it's Timothy Watson, right?
No, that's not the only loss. The only loss are him and Merle's voice actress, because she was amazing in AR.
True.
She's the only one who got worse.
Yeah. I mean, Urianger's new voice actor, new. He's been Urianger's voice actor for a while, but he's still really good.
He is really good.
So.
My milkshake bringeth all.
I knew you were going to
Good luck. I'm waiting for you.
I knew you were going to reference that.
How could I not? Alright, much like 9, I didn't really pay attention to the briefing. All I know is I gotta go somewhere, put a Magicite thing, and use the tech, which I didn't equip.
You have to go to Iska. Do you remember when you got to Togoreth, and there was a bridge, and there was a Milites town? Basically around that.
Let's see, I want to change my reserves. So I literally just put this in the chocobo. That's fine. It's fine. This is fine.
This is fine. That's a really good meme to reference in Type-0.
No. This is fine.
As everything burns down.
Alright, here we go. Let's go. Now we're just gonna do that right. Which I don't know why there's a zone line here. I wish it just... I guess it's because there's monsters, but I wish it just stayed open.
I mean...
I get you.
Oh, F.
Oh, we're fine. We're fine.
Watching them die of music is magnificent.
Isn't it?
Death by music.
I'm gonna get this damn bird.
Oh, ambush. You're stopped, but yeah, basically the same. I really, I think we were mentioning this the other stream. I think because the other stream was a mess.
It was.
But the effects of ice magic in this game.
but I know it's broken.
Also, very, excuse me the bad pun, chilling, but, oh fuck, it's a giant one. Yes.
I need purple Phantoma. I have like none.
Oh.
Yeah, I'll keep fighting.
So you just follow. You have to just follow the arrow. In case you get lost in the map.
Right. Who designed this maze of a city? Okay, so now we know. Academia does not have an urban planning division.
That's amusing in hindsight because 13-2 Academia, I do think it has urban planning, but it's still a labyrinth.
Well, they just kept building up.
True. I mean, basically, you have to. I mean, it's kind of in perspective. You have to consider that the Wildlands is the Wildlands kind of spans most of Academy's layout, the Academia's layout, and most of it has been swallowed by the chaos.
Right.
So,
these people can't even find their houses in this place. This is crazy. This little girl's like, I don't know where I live. I mean, the area we can explore is not all that big.
So I'm also kind of amused because when it comes to the labyrinthine urban plan division in terms of Academia, because Academia's design, Academia's architect, well, the design of Academia was hopes. But it was kind of a side of a side project.
Right.
One of the things, because Hope focused on the new cocoon, but Academia was kind of his pet project, and it turns out that his pet project was basically the humanity's greatest city ever. So it's like. So you get Hope this time, and he's like, this is what I do in my free time as a hobby. And you look at the Academy, it's like, then what did you do in your work time? And then you look at the arc and you understand.
You know, I would really like London a lot more if they ever finished it. Constantly under construction. I don't know why I decided that delivering letters in the middle of a combat mission was a good idea, but here we are.
Yeah, I actually did this quest the other day. The other day, yeah.
I think that's roughly half of it.
There's a last one that you have to ask the townspeople for the name.
At least I get this great music.
Type-0 has great music overall.
It does. I had to look up who the composer was. Come on.
Who was the composer for Type-0? Let me check.
I did not recognize that. Madeline.
Takeharu Ishimoto. I don't know which other games has he worked in.
Yeah, I don't know. He does good work though.
Let me check. Apparently he's composer for The World Ends With You, Crisis Core, the original Dissidia, Final Fantasy, and Duodecim as well, and Type-0. For the Dissidia, he has been composer for all the Dissidia titles, except Opera Omnia, as I can see. For Kingdom Hearts as well, with
Shimomura.
Shimomura and the other guy. And World Fantasista with Masayoshi Soken in 2002.
Wow. God, Soken's been composing for that long. Wow.
Yeah, but for Soken the big hit was 14, of course.
Oh, of course, yeah.
But then again, we saw that he was one of the team composers for 13-2, and I assume that Line Returns as well. And but for this one, Seth would likely point out the leitmotifs, when 6.2 came out, and I showed her Scream, the theme, and she immediately told me, there's something here that makes my brain go 13-2, and she pointed me out the time, and I was like, that's actually true.
Yeah.
I was like, but definitely Soken. It's not an exact copy, but the Bosnia battle theme, that's definitely, it takes a lot of musical cues from Type-0 for obvious reasons.
What? I got a Lassie crystal?
Oh.
Okay. Oh god. So just as a thing, I despise sewer missions. It's gonna be painful. Go in the woods. Go in the woods. Get you. Ooh, the beach. We found it.
But it has monsters. I don't think Emina is around here.
She can take care of them. She doesn't need any help from us. Cave. No! You traitorous bird!
Betray and bamboozle.
I thought I could ride that chocobo. I was wrong.
Turns out you couldn't.
No, I'm good.
In terms of, you're definitely good. I was actually thinking that perhaps you could upgrade the difficulty level if you wanted.
I think I put it on normal already.
Oh, okay.
Team gun.
Team.
Class 0, commencing
If
maneuvers.
you consider this a gun.
Unit 13 here. We're
I do.
beginning our diversion tactic.
She has a musical gun.
Unit 13, very subtle.
The fog is incredibly thick here. You won't be able to target the enemy.
Good thing I don't need to.
And fire magic won't do you any good.
I have to say that the Dominion's standard military uniform is kind of oddly American.
Only in the it reminds me more actually of Bahamut from Final Fantasy X.
Maybe. Yeah.
I will outline our strategy.
I was thinking mostly of because of the hood and the mask.
Right.
Class 0, do you copy? There's a drain valve just up ahead.
This one?
You can utilize it to let the water out of the waterway.
She can turn that wheel with her
The
mind.
locations are on your map. Put the magicite in position at
And
once.
bad music.
We'll take care of the surface units. Class 0, just follow the plan.
It's for morale. Why are they just standing around? Don't they know there's a war on? Yeah, Square really likes their war on rainbows.
I mean, I think it's a video game standard. Because I'm thinking Legend of Zelda and fucking water temples.
This is actually a tolerable sword for now. Probably gonna hate
There's
it once
always
I get lost.
there also a classic, a sewer level.
Sewers and prisons.
That's the controller. Set the magicite.
Honestly, the first Final Fantasy that went for the sewer level, that established the tradition, that was Final Fantasy 2.
Yeah, the one we all hate.
I don't hate 2. I actually like 2. It's just the level is just it's a fucking mess.
We encountered
Has
the
some
Imperial Army
interesting
sooner than
mechanics.
expected. Commencing attack.
So
I mean,
this is the sewer,
two is-
right? Not the reservoir, so people aren't drinking the water of dead, rotting bodies in the water.
Yeah, it's the sewer. True, but the sewer level per se wasn't exactly a sewer level. I mean, there was water, but it was rather the nutrient-culture complex, not exactly a sewer. They got through a sewer pipe into it, but it's not exactly a sewer level. It's an underground level, but not sewer. Kind of depends on what you call a sewer, though.
Sunless waterscape. call that Like, it doesn't have to be a literal sewer, but it's just that feeling.
Sure.
You didn't plan for this
Sure.
many. We won't last long.
I mean, the idea was definitely going into the sewer. That's how Hope voices it, anyways.
He's not wrong. Yeah, it did involve water controls. Exactly.
And what was in the sewer? Car control. Well, Pulse C car control.
Terrible music. Terrible music.
Would the effect be the same if you, instead of Deuce, you put Snow to sing?
More than likely. Yeah, Sunlight was really close. I was really annoyed with
I mean, Sunlight is sort of iconic because of the great music and the great visuals.
Yeah.
But then again, you have to run Sunlight with Sass and Vanille, which is how should I put this? It's if Hope and Lightning is the optimal murder team, Sass and Vanille are the sub-optimal duo to work with.
To find the devices.
Did I set the magicite?
First, you will need to set the magicite.
You have to
check the map to find the devices.
I see. Oh.
So yeah, there's that. So the sections with when the party splits after the Wild Pits, the sections with Hope and Lightning feel really like a breeze, actually. But the parts with Sass and Vanille can drag out because Sass as a commando, relying on Sass as a commando is not the best thing ever, and Vanille is there to make things easier as a saboteur, but Sass is not a DPS. He's not meant to be played as a DPS.
But they force you to play this one.
Yeah. Yeah, that's why Vanille gets to be saboteur to make things easier, but
Only one more location. Keep going.
Exactly. Neil is a monster. I'm so glad that Lightning Returns made me think she was redeeming herself and then just turned her into a bigger piece of shit.
To be fair, she was being lied to. The thing that she actually bought the entire shit about the soul genocide is like, Vanille, what?
So, yes and no. Fang said that she knew the truth. She just kept doing it anyway.
Not exactly. She knew that she was going to destroy the souls. What she didn't know is that doing so would make everyone forget they ever existed.
Yeah.
That's what makes Vanille go nope.
Yeah. But still, destroying all the dead souls of humanity is
I mean,
kind of atrocious.
That's what Vanille bought that I don't really understand. I don't really
it's because she's a monster. and although I can say I can now appreciate Vanille fans because there are people who like complete monsters in video games, and that's okay.
That's the last one. Position the magicite.
I'll tell you something though. Most people in the fandom don't stand Vanille because she is a complete monster. Mostly because they think she is happy, bubbly, adorable girl, and I'm like, it's like the fandom's misinterpreting characters again.
Yeah. Yeah.
even within the fandom, the amount of times I have to deal with people going, Hope is a cinnamon roll too good for this world, too pure, and I'm like, you've got no idea of Hope's character, right? I don't know what's worse, that or the haters. Well, the haters, because at least the others try.
Notify the enemy central command ASAP.
I don't know.
That's actually that's true. So
who's there?
I would say I would actually say Vanille thought she was I would more accurately say Vanille thought she was administering morphine to a dying patient, but it was actually something that
cyanide. It was
because the reason Vanille agreed to the whole thing is because she had been told that there was no way to save the souls and that they would be kept suffering forever in the chaos. So the only way to put them to rest was to wipe them out. And Vanille believed that. But she didn't know that it was the Order's scheme, neither that she had the power to save the souls of the dead.
There's no time to fight. Only time for use.
That's Rhapsodic. That's actually amusing considering she's the second best healer in the team. But
that's not saying a lot considering there's only 6. But yes.
I mean, in the team you can sort of identify their roles from their main 3 roles. Yeah. And the only characters in the OG crew that have medic as their starting default main paradigms are Hope, Lightning, and Vanille. No, Lightning also has medic.
She's just terrible at it.
She's terrible at curing, but she actually learns ways earlier than Hope does.
Yeah.
So Lightning's more of a situational emergency healer. But otherwise, don't use Lightning as a medic.
Right. She reminds me of like Major Pain. Like someone got their leg broken. It's like, oh man, teach you secrets to get your mind out of that pain. Like snaps her pinky.
Fair, but even though each member of the I mean there's 6 roles, there's 6 characters in OG, and each one of them is there's one role that you can associate them with or consider them the best at for different reasons. Lightning's is Ravager because one would say Hope is the best Ravager. He's the most potent Ravager, but he doesn't learn the physical strikes. Right. So, and Lightning is the fastest caster, so she's the best Ravager. Hope is the best medic. He's the trilogy's White Mage.
See, it's interesting because Record Mage. Keeper acknowledges Vanille as the primary healer.
That's sort of odd because Opera Omnia does go with her Saboteur role, though Opera Omnia also goes with Hope's Synergist role mainly, even though in later skill sets they went for Hope's healer kit, but it's kind of a mix at this point, a mix between his old 3 roles. But he started in Opera Omnia as Synergist, which is, I mean, he's a really good Synergist anyways, but the main Synergist of 13 is us. Snow is the poster tank, the poster sentinel, and Fang is the main commando. So there's
filthy red rats are crawling around the sewers.
That's me, Rhapsody.
He called me a filthy rat.
that's my argument. No, but I mean, Brave Exvius. I do have Neverending Hope, the Neverending Hope unit in Brave Exvius, and he plays as a mix of Ravager and Synergist. He doesn't get to heal, he gets buffed, which is kind of like Hope. It should be the proper Hope. If you want to properly get Hope as he is, he should be a magic nuke that heals and also buffs. But I guess that's a bit OP.
Yeah.
His 4-star unit. I don't recall his 4. I haven't leveled his 4-star unit. Neverending Hope is good for support, but he hits real hard. Though that may be me, who of course first thing I did when I got Neverending Hope was buffing him to the hells of beyond. And then there's 13-2 Hope, was a 4-star unit. And he plays mostly as a support. Even his limit burst is support. Which I don't believe, because in 13-2, if he had been playable, he had been the magic nuke of the team. But anyways, I didn't know you played Brave Exvius. I have my periods of time in which I've gone hard on Brave Exvius. But right now, I'm just holding on onto hope, pun intended, that they release, that when they make another Line Returns, they release Neo Vision Hope, and let it be a Line Returns Hope, please. With CGI cutscene. I mean, they made a CGI cutscene for Celeste Neo Vision.
Enemy sighted! Commencing attack!
Which I don't know if you've seen. If you've seen, Cobb.
No, I have
No.
not.
Because I am to understand that you really like Celeste.
I do.
Give me a moment.
I am excited for you to play 6, actually. Like, unreasonably so.
So I'm going to send it to you via the well, not sure. I'm going to link it to you in Loreline's live chat, so you can check it and give your opinion.
Where are my friends? Hell yeah, surprise bubble tea.
Stall them! Just stall them!
There you go. I attacked you. I found another level. Also, Brave Exvius music is great. I had bubble tea yesterday when my parents came to celebrate belatedly my birthday, We went to eat to have lunch.
That's right. Everyone, Meowth's birthday is November 18th.
Yeah, well.
You should always share a happy birthday.
There's not much time before they have power again.
So yeah, and after lunch, my mother and I went to the bubble tea shop that I don't usually get to go because even though it's not too far away from home, I will only have to take the underground. No, I mean it's fine. I'm not really a fan of celebrating my birthday.
Yeah, I get that.
Those brats defeated our remains.
I've never been. It's kind of
well done.
And
mission accomplished.
So yeah. Sorry.
Defeated 400 enemies with Deuce. Jeez. Okay. Yay! Iska belongs to the Empire again. I mean the Dominion. I mean the evil Empire. Come here!
Surprise monster.
Oh, magic pick farm.
The design is so Bosnia. Well, I mean,
It is very Bosnia. It's like this game's monsters were inspired by it. No, come here. Haha.
I mean, when we got the Bosnia, I still remember when we got the Bosnia Southern Front Line, and I was like, and I saw immediately the first thing I met in in Bosnia. I really recall it. I vividly recall it. It was a Nimrod bow thing, and it was like, I look at it. It looked back at me, and then the music started blasting in my ear. And I was like, this is Type-0. And I was actually so happy because Type-0 is severely underrated and unknown, despite
I know a lot of people have not played this game, but I've heard nothing but praise for this game.
It's kind of so not. It's largely underrated because not many people have played Type-0, but it's kind of like, do you remember the times when near Gestalt, in the West, Gestalt was kind of like a game of a cult game, like a legend of sorts, until Automata came and made Nier more known as a franchise of sorts.
So I had only heard of Nier from one person when it came out, and it was like gushing about it, and then I did not know what it was. I didn't really look into it anymore. I thought it was like a Steam game because no one was talking about it, so I was like, all right, whatever. And then it wasn't until Automata was announced that it got on my radar.
Exactly. That's the thing with Type-0. That because sadly one of the reasons people are reluctant to trade Type-0 is because of Final Fantasy XIII's reputation. because they get the notion that I mean, in the first place, as if that was a bad thing, but you know how the fandom is.
Yeah.
And by association, they learn that Type-0 is part of the 13 universe, and they immediately decide to.
They know about.
And yeah, it's a bad game, and but then and again, it's the stupid bad reputation that 13 has. That you play now and you realize that it's not a perfect game, but
it's not bad by any means.
That's what it is.
And no one can say that it's the worst Final Fantasy game by any stretch of the imagination, especially because 15 exists. So.
I mean,
I liked my time with 15, but it was more, again, like, seeing what they were trying to do and building my interpretation of the story off of that more than what they actually presented, because it's...
The problem with 15, as they made it, my opinion is that if you're going to build a story that pretends that is intending to be something that you're going to fail so resoundingly, it's because it's only brought up like in the very late stages of the game. You should have really kept the game as the Bros road trip, because that actually was the best part of 15.
Inform Kunmi we will no longer be requiring her inferior services.
Pyromans 842 RG. The Militesi Empire excavated the Black Tortoise Crystal from the ruins of Lorica and placed it under military control. All Lorican Alliance territories were now occupied by the Militesi Empire, coming under complete control of the Imperial forces. This news spread quickly to the far reaches of Orience, sending shockwaves throughout all of Rubrum and the Kingdom of Concordia.
Donna. And yeah, I think I've heard someone say bad things about pretty much every Final Fantasy game except for 6. So like, there's definitely a Final Fantasy for everybody. And I don't think they're all the best games in the world, but I do enjoy them a great deal.
You know one Final Fantasy I'm curious about? It's basically curiosity.
Mm-hmm.
Final Fantasy 5.
My wife and I are actually... So, my wife is actively playing through it. I've been trying to get through it for a while now, but the class system distracts me greatly, and I keep trying to level up all my classes before I can progress the story, so I'm like stuck doing that, and it's just annoying.
But it's one of these... 5 is one of those titles that people don't talk about often in terms of story, and that's why I'm curious about it, because I know I've heard lots of people talk about 6 and 7 and well 8 to a lesser degree. I play myself 9. I've heard about Final Fantasy 10, so the classics, so to speak, and then I've heard about Force Blood and then there's 5, and 5's like right there, and it's like there, and people don't often speak about Fantasy 5, and it's like
I will say this about 5. 5 is hilarious. Like, it's a really funny game.
I mean, if Bartz is your main character, I believe that.
Like, I was kind of shocked, because I'm used to, like, Final Fantasy being a little heavier, and 5 is dark, but there is a lot of humor in that game. Like, more so than I'm used to in a Final Fantasy game. So I almost think it's like a comedy RPG.
I mean, 9 it has very funny moments, but also 9 is very heavy, so it's kind of I mean, the cartoonish style of 9 really distracts people from it works at distracting you.
I do not like the art direction in 9.
I mean, it's not my favorite, but I actually forgot all about that when the plot got to the juicy parts. So it gets dark fairly early in game, so there's that. So I didn't really care about that. I mean, I'm actually neutral to the sort of chibi style. I like Bravely Default, so I'm used to that. So.
An Imperial military parade?
That insignia.
It's true.
That must be the Imperial Marshal Sid Alstein.
Our empire recently delivered a crippling blow to Rubrum and completely vanquished the Lorican Alliance. These are but the first steps to an even greater goal. We can no longer cling to the old order with its outdated customs if we ever hope to achieve true progress. Going forward without fear of change is what makes a true citizen of Milites. Countrymen, take up your arms and open the path to a new order. We, the Militesi Empire, become Agito, the hand that guides Orients.
Barking like the dogs they are.
He must be using the name of Agito to claim dominance over Orients.
What?
Why not take a break every now and then?
People shouldn't be having fun and celebrating. Should be mad that we lost it in the first place. How dare they?
True. The thing with 9's art style, which is something very amusing in the city of Peraunia, is that they basically use the same, almost the same models from the original 9, and they translate to mobile the best of all Final Fantasy.
This isn't the time to chat.
It's basically like as if you're seeing the original 9 models in mobile, and works really great. Oh, 9's conversation there is really interesting.
What?
It's attractive solemnity. Crystal erases the dead from our minds, but it's not like they just disappear into thin air. There are guys that can't recall for the life of me, but sometimes the memories are just still there, just fuzzy. Interesting. Other times I'll hear someone's name and think, hey, I remember talking to that dude, or wait, isn't that the chick I... All dead, by the way. No matter how hard I rack my brain, I can't remember what we talked about. Maybe we don't lose memories of the dead, but instead lose our memories with the dead. Yo.
When himbos think.
Hey. You okay?
You've known this guy for like a week. Why are you worrying about him or have any idea? I don't understand.
So if you take Ace again to the
What
bench,
is it?
there's
I will.
more to.
What?
And everybody's talking about Rem and Machina. It's almost like they're important.
True. That's the equivalent of Snow thinking.
Yeah. He's having thonks. 9 thonk.
We can do it.
Yes, I have visited the Alto Crystarium. I've spent all of my purple thingamajiggers. Phantoma. Back to Silent Hill memories.
Hey, we meet again.
Were you able to see your brother today?
Yeah.
You don't look very happy, though. Did you get in a fight?
You're sharp.
I thought you two were really close.
Siblings are usually nothing but a nuisance. We'll get angry at each other, sometimes even want to hit each other.
That's not what you were saying the last time we met.
Sure it is. Remember? I said the bond between brothers is awkward.
I see. Well, I suppose getting into fights at your age can be awkward.
I'm a low-ranking foot soldier. He's an elite cadet. We'll have our disagreements.
Are you jealous of him?
No. It's more like I feel sorry for myself. I want to accomplish more in my career. So I can tell my brother, I'm proud of you and everything you've accomplished. But you can be proud of your big brother as well.
We're going out on a mission soon.
Hmm?
If I asked you to, would you lend us a hand?
What are you talking about? But you're an elite cadet. Only the best of the best in the military can work with you. Putting a nobody like me on a mission with you is out of the question.
What if it weren't? Would you fight at our side?
What? Are you offering me charity?
No, nothing like that. It's just that it's my first mission, and I'd like to work with someone I know.
Whether it's with you or anyone else, I'll fight for the Dominion. And for my brother's future. As long as I breathe air.
I see. Patch things up with your brother. These days, you never know how much time you have.
I know. But it's not
Yeah,
that simple.
someone you know for now.
I have my pride. That's what it's like to be brothers.
Huh?
You shouldn't sleep out here. You'll catch cold.
Were you having a dream of some sort?
A dream?
Yes. I couldn't make anything out, but you were talking in your sleep.
Like a psychopath.
I can't remember.
I see. Well, essentially, when we speak of dreams, we're actually referring to the synchronization of brainwaves and
Oh, before I forget, Ace, Rem was looking for you. Let's go find her.
Ever-loving fuck.
Trey is basically if you allow Director Hope to go on a ramble.
Yeah. Yeah, Cell's right. Well done on inviting the low-grade grunt to the mission and getting him killed probably later. Good job.
And poor Ace doesn't really remember.
Yeah,
I mean, he's
I remember I talked to somebody, but I don't remember what I said. And that'll hold up in court, too. The sorcery! Ooh, a task. God damn it. After I was just complaining I didn't have any purple left.
My goodness.
That guy literally said all according to plan, and I'm kind of... Yeah, this is definitely hopes. It's an alternate university.
What the fuck? Okay. Can't go visit mommy. Just go out and blast everyone with Rem's magic.
I'm busy. Please make it quick.
Central Command deciding important missions can be interpreted as a sign of their trust. Surely nothing could be more motivated than the administration trying to get you killed.
Hi.
They may bestow us with the moniker of cadet, but we're ultimately no more than mere pawns of the administration. And, as I understand it, they're not terribly fond of pawns who think too much. Yes, which is why they love 9 and hate you.
Wow. What a big dude.
Oh god.
Sync. You know that it's not polite to make comments on people's physical attributes out loud.
What? But I remember Seiss once told me, anyone can see that you're flaky.
What? Well, the bond between those in Class 0 is special, and essentially what that means is...
I don't mind at all.
Uh-oh! You hurt me? I'm sorry.
I'm not angry.
Even so, there's no excuse for saying what we said. Please forgive our rudeness.
Your apology is accepted. I am Reed.
I'm Sync. This is Trey. Nice to meet you.
Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Lorican blood runs through my veins. That is the reason I am such a big dude.
This is gonna be
Lorica?
Sync's boyfriend.
Wait, didn't Lorica...
Yes. It has fallen to the Empire.
Milites must pay for what it has done.
Fallen, it was nuked.
Let us work together to avenge your homeland.
I'm sorry, but I have no interest in vengeance. I fight to stop the bloodshed, and for the future of those I care about. That is all.
I like this guy.
This guy's kinda cool.
Yes. He has strong convictions.
Thank you for the validation.
Sync's like, I like him.
Hello. Can I help you?
Nanny boo boo. God, she's... I don't know what to make of Sync. I really don't. Like, I just want to smack her sometimes, and at the same time, I love her.
Like, Sync is like this extreme ditz that sometimes is actually really on point.
Yeah, she has like these moments of just like clairvoyant clarity, and I'm just like, what? Love Twitter.
Hey, how you doing?
Huh? What is it?
So he's saying he doesn't trust Queen.
That's actually that's actually when it's actually a mechanic in the City Opera Omnia using Queen getting mad. She goes full yandere.
Queen is fantastic in Record Keeper. Strangely enough, there's not a whole lot of good Lightning characters, but she's really good. It's like Lightning and her make a great team. Yes, Sync is like the Airhead Sarah.
To be fair, we give Snow too much of a hard time for being a himbo, when in truth Snow is actually more clever than he lets on. Though you only see this in, well, you see this in Line Returns in particular, but to be fair, in Line Returns he's like 500 years old.
Nah. He's a lot more developed in Lightning Returns. I will be right back.
Yeah, Snow is not stupid. He's just rash. And he's still impulsive in Line Returns, but with a cooler head, if it makes more sense. And of course, jaded as fuck. But the whole politicking that he had to play with the Order, that was real complicated shit that the old Snow would have just kicked the Order in the balls, and Line Returns Snow, or Chaotic Era Snow, actually was intelligent to keep the people independent, or largely independent from the Order. So yeah, it was, though he's self-aware, he says, doesn't sound like the old me, and it's like, no, that absolutely doesn't. A part of me wants to say that he learned a bit of some politics from Hope, but at the same time, I also want to give the himbo credit on his own. I think Cobb left, and I didn't realize. What a coincidence! The Opera Omnia Japanese live stream is on right now, and they've just announced that in the Japanese version of Opera Omnia, Ace FR is coming up, and that's an interesting coincidence. Apparently, his Ace's force partner is Setzer, which makes sense, I guess. I mean, whenever it comes, which will be late next year, Ace's force weapon. I will get it just because it's Ace, and I have his burst, and so I of course have to pull for Ace's full kit. So there's that. Also, please give Ace a good rework. And apparently the next burst weapon introduced is Braskas. And the other one they've released is Auron's Force and Burst. Oh, Auron's force partner is Gabranth. I don't know much about Auron, so I'm not sure how Gabranth ties in being his force partner. I mean, I know Gabranth. I don't know that much of Auron. Ha! You're the other way. You're the other way around than I am, a Rhapsodic.
Okay, I'm back.
Hey, Cobb. We were just saying that right now, as we're it's playing, it's going on the live stream for the City Opera Omnia in Japan. They are ahead of us, and they just announced Ace's force weapon, and his force partner is Setzer.
Yeah, that makes sense. They both use cards.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Setzer uses dice, but they're both gamblers. Oh, please. Please. Yes!
I missed you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm fine with her just wearing Meowth.
Fair. I mean, Gabranth. We were discussing because they also announced that Auron's burst and force weapon, and his partner was Gabranth from 12. And I was thinking, I know Gabranth, but I don't know much about Auron, so I was kind of wondering what's the connection between them. And it's true because Gabranth is a guardian for Larsa, so I didn't make that connection.
Hey, you remember the whole song.
What do you
It's
want?
not the whole song. That's only the part that Ace knows.
Give me my babies.
talk. Great.
Yeah. Breeding's a pretty darn stressful job for the chocobos, though. So we release them when they're done. I didn't even get to pick. I wanted a war chocobo. Not this yellow thing. You know what we need? We need to breed those crazy chocobos.
the red chocobos.
Yeah. When I asked them about breeding, I wanted the mechanics of it. I didn't want, like, the talk. I didn't know how that works. Chocobos, yes! The war chocobo. With the war chocobo! It's a different picture. Seeing a whole flock of chocobos. Flock of chocobos. So I think getting a different kind of chocobo until we get the one we want is good. Wow. Alright. Congratulations, partner. The breeding was a success. I reckon it'll be some time till any eggs hatch, though. Alright, back to the circle. You think you can ride this chocobo? No. Nope, it's gonna kick me off and eat my family.
For some reason, I the whole fade to widescreen made me think of one of the. So I assume that you don't follow the Pokemon anime. I don't either. But there's some legendary quotes from Team Rocket, of course, and Team Rocket has always been the
amazing.
Aside amazing, but also the source of the many adult jokes in Pokemon.
Yes, I'm aware of this.
aside Brock is also a good source of adult jokes. but Team Rocket is great in that regard.
The best characters in Pokemon are Team Rocket and Pokehunter Jay.
Yes, and I'm just remembering one episode in which I don't know how they actually managed to pass this one beneath their beta, because it was like, you only play the first generation, the evolution of Onix, Steelix, which is basically a big serpent with a big head, and the whole thing was about Steelix trying to break through this sort of canyon caves that looks like a slit. So you got this, and you got, I mean, otherwise it wouldn't be anything if you don't have a dirty mind, until you got Meowth commenting, we could use some mood music.
Why you gotta ruin everything? Why, Meowth? Why?
And it was like...
What? 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 Okay. Is this a deuce thing? It is a deuce thing.
I haven't followed the anime for ages, but until some years ago, I used to download. Oh yes, the summer uniform.
Hi. Oh my God.
All of them have the alternative uniform.
How do we get it?
I don't recall. I think if you achieved certain things with each character, I mean, in my part, in my run, I managed to unlock the one for Ace. Not sure. I think it's not so high, but I don't recall what do you have to do to unlock it.
Yes. Shiva class idol? That's interesting.
This thing, the eidolons here, when they name it as a class, it's because these eidolons, it's not only one of only one that it's named Shiva. It's like an entire race of higher spirits that they are classified as Shiva, Ifrit, Golem, whatever.
Right.
So it's similar to. Have you played World of Final Fantasy?
Nope.
Okay, well, World of Final Fantasy has the classic Espers, but they're basically a race of not monsters, but a race of creatures. So
they're that's how they are in 6.
They are like that in 6 too. Yeah. I thought that. I mean, I know there's a world of Espers, but I didn't know that there's basically a race of Ifrits, Shivas, whatever.
No, it's not like that. It's just like they all are Espers, and they just give their powers and. Yeah.
Yeah. So, well, the thing. So in World of Final Fantasy, it's basically. The Shiva, Ifrit, Ramu, they're basically a subspecies. They like a species that's named like that of mirages, which is kind of how it's called the monsters in Grimoire. And in the case of Enna Cross, she is we discussed the other day. Enna Cross is the result of the merging of a human soldier named Roxanne and the most powerful mirage of Alexander. So in this context, the Alexander.
Okay. Is this mayor ready to give a speech yet? I have the whole fucking town here, and he's like,
They're just.
Bastards. Let me get one fucking guy. I hate this town. This town's worse than the other one. Hey, look at that. He stood up. Yes. Everyone's here to hear your dumb speech. Worth it. I don't know what to do with those, but I mean, I'll eat the sea crystals all day.
Okay, Night Cell.
Night Cell. Please tell me it's okay. So the Iska region. No!
I mean, the towns are small, like just a small square area, and sometimes, but there's a lot of them. So, and that's actually something that doesn't happen kind of anymore in Final Fantasy. So.
And that was the feedback from 8 was you had a couple of really large towns, but there were only like 4 towns in the whole world. And it didn't really feel like a lived-in world. Whereas here, I would prefer like 50 one-room towns than, you know, one massive town.
I mean, I'm thinking, of course, 13 doesn't really count because the structure it follows is not about open world, so...
Final Fantasy kind of moved away from like world-ending stuff.
Okay, move out. In 13.2, Academia counts as a hub town, but it's kind of not exactly late in game, but it's chapter 4, so it's kind of mid-game that you get to have Academia as a hub of sorts. It's the only place in the game in which monsters don't spawn if you don't count New Bodum, the boundaries of New Bodum, because otherwise the map is spawning monsters. But the real hub is actually Academia. Academia 4 XXAF, because the other Academia is spawning shit.
The other Academia is a nightmare.
And the other Academia, and the final Academia is another sort of nightmare. Which is kind of amusing. I mean, there's something poetic about it that there's something poetic about Academia being both the nightmare level, the hub level, and the final dungeon level. And then people say that hope is not important in 13 too. They don't exactly say hope is not important in 13 too, but they dismiss his relevance in 13 too, because he's not a playable character, which he was originally going to be.
Oh, it's okay.
No!
That's the way. Keep attacking. Just like that.
Ren just decimating entire squads with Firaga.
Good stuff.
And again, I mean...
Took them too lightly.
I don't know what's worse, dismissing Hope's relevance in 13.2 or dismissing Hope's relevance in Lightning Returns.
I would say Lightning Returns.
Enemy attack! Assume
Yeah,
battle stance 1!
I agree. And sadly it's the one in which people most dismiss his role. I actually forgot to ask. Are you still deciding on the script on the Lightning Returns 14 video?
No, the script is actually done. I'm getting to work on the video stuff.
Enemy attack!
I mean, I also sent the one for the 13 channel, but that one I'm not paying you, so that take your time.
I cannot confirm the movements of some units. Double check the orders for each unit.
I was kind of reminding because since December is the anniversary of 13th anniversary, I wanted to have to start the channel at least in December.
Okay.
And we kind of needed that, but I don't really want to. It's this sort of the doubt between the doubt between I really want this, but I'm actually not paying you, so I'm not in any position to go asking for.
I mean, it's
asking for favors.
It's fine, like as long as it's not like a regular thing. I don't mind it. Plus, you did pretty much all the work on that.
I mean, for this one, yes. I mean, for this one, I was like, what I want for the video basically is to put a bunch of cutscenes, but I don't have recording. It's so simple. I would have done it myself if my computer was, if I didn't have awful recording shit.
Right.
So that's why I asked you. But for more specific things, I would perhaps require more. Like I know that you can animate diagrams and stuff, and so that's what I don't know how to do. So
you can do it.
Enemy contact.
Like for example, the other day in the server we were discussing the Hope Sage by 500EF dilemma, the 24-27 dilemma, and one of the members did a quick timeline diagram, and I was like, see, this is one of the things that I would write the script for the channel, but I don't know how to animate this thing. So that's the sort of thing.
Animation.
It is. I mean, I've done really basic, very basic animation in during my degree, but I always sucked at animation, which is amusing because I can comic well enough, but I suck at animation.
I mean, they're different. That's like saying you're good at 3D modeling, but terrible at rigging. They're very different skills.
Yeah, I mean, I would be absolutely awful at 3D modeling. Because sculpture was never my forte. Even though I can draw the concept, but putting that in texture and 3D vision, I absolutely suck at that. Suck at 3D perspective, which is why I suck at
commencing maneuvers.
Drawing backgrounds, because it's like I need depth in the picture and I can't get it.
Right.
But hey, I mean, I can draw a background. It's just that it's not. I would be a really poor illustrator. But I mean, I guess every artist has their strong points and weaknesses, I guess.
Right. It's interesting that Rem can harvest Phantoma, and I'm assuming Machina can too.
Oh yeah, as far as I recall, they were taught by Dr. Arisha, but one of the cutscenes in early game basically has Arisha telling Class 0 that they shouldn't tell Machina and Ren what harvesting Phantoma is actually about, because only Class 0 knows from where Phantoma comes and for what it's used. And they don't tell you what it is, but if you know a bit of Fabula Nova Crystallis, it's not that hard to at least figure it out.
Right.
Do your best.
Step aside. Give them all you got.
It's actually very simple.
I'll make you proud.
Because if Phantoma is used, as you know, it's used for magic. That means in Fabula Nova Crystallis universe, this is one thing that could actually go well in a lore video. if Phantoma is magic, or it's used for enhancing magic comes lore-wise in FNC from the chaos.
Right.
And in the soul, there's a bit of chaos that only humans have. In theory, so the entire soul can be considered a bit of chaos, but in particular, it's the spirit that makes the spirit. So if you take this source of chaos, then you're basically taking magic. You're taking chaos, and then you can make this chaos into magic. So yeah. Though in this case, I think it's not that. It's a bit more unique to Type-0 because you can also harvest Phantoma from monsters, and the spirit's only a thing from human souls. So I would say the Phantoma goes more about maybe the spark of life itself.
Right.
Glory.
So it's kind of if you could only harvest Phantoma from humans, then definitely would be the spirit. But the fact that you can harvest it from all living beings, basically, it's that makes me think that it's more complex, a bit more complex in Type-0. But the same principle, anyways.
Target confirmed. Commencing attack.
Run to attack! Tighten up the defenses! Run to attack! Tighten up the defenses!
Enemy contact. Secure the deployment areas.
These battles are actually fairly fun. I was confused a bit about them at first, but once they explain you how to do it, it's actually fun.
I really enjoy this gameplay mechanic. This is really incredible. I like this kind of stuff.
I mean, it's quite unique, but then again, Type-0 is about war, so it makes sense that it makes you play a bit of war tactics.
These are the trials?
All right, move out.
Yeah. Now it's an invasion.
There, I see. I saw it. It's to the south.
Ah.
Damn it!
Mwahaha.
Yeah, it was somewhere between a laugh and a cough. I just want to see Yeah.
The enemy base is about to fall. Get in there and take control.
How did that small unit make it inside?
Just eliminate them!
Class 0, commencing maneuvers.
This is pretty. Oh god, we're Gaussian. No!
Yeah, but with bigger machines.
Yeah, I don't know why they're so big.
It's like the soy. It's like the soy neuron in Voltia versus the chat Type-0 neuron.
Oh, that was there.
Yeah. I was gonna like, should I tell Cobb that those things exploded?
I knew they exploded. It just, she just targeted him for some idiot reason.
I'm here to help!
If this is the game with like the skater Shiva.
I think yeah.
Okay.
I think was I got to use Ada and Shiva fighting Gabriel. And still they, yeah.
Mission complete.
This base falls. The border is next.
And still won't give you the purple Phantoma.
Yeah, still nothing. An RRE. Okay, we control this region.
Goodbye.
Do the other one now. That was fun.
Yeah. No, yeah. I mean, I don't. After this game, and I don't trust how to save. Sometimes I've done grinding, then got careless, and then was like, I should have saved.
Yeah, you lose everything. Yeah, get sent to the same living caves all the time. Absolutely identical, but they're not identical.
I don't. That's something that I don't actually mind when you got so many places, different places in game.
Yeah.
And people don't understand that it's basically like producing a game is not like they can do whatever they want with limitless resources. So when you when someone is actually developing a game, you will recycle.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 14 does it to a ridiculous extent, and I don't mind them recycling assets. That's not the issue, as long as it's not like the exact same layout or the exact same cave every time. But I mean, the old games used a lot of assets, things that were the same. They just changed the layout a little bit, and they're like, it's a different cave, it's some different monsters, and it was fine.
Yeah. But I mean, there's this is something I think it's a whole thing. It's entirely for all kind of content creators. No matter if you're writers, no matter if you're game developers, no matter if you're a cinema producer, a film producer.
Okay, question. Why are they flashing?
I think it's because they recommend those members for that, or that they have a bonus. I don't recall if it's because they recommend you or because they have a bonus. I don't recall. I'm not that a gameplay expert on Type-0, but you can try. What I was saying, I lost my place. I think it's the whole thing about content creators that if you can recycle something, you will recycle something.
Yeah.
It's because it's not because we're lazy as people usually call us. It's more like being efficient. Like if an artist, for example, when I draw, if I do have modeling programs. I mean, sorry, posing programs, and I have some models downloaded. When I have to draw something, I usually go to the posing program, and I pose my own reference, and then I draw over the reference. And people would say I'm tracing, but do you really think I'm tracing?
No, everyone uses references.
The thing is, that's the thing. But apparently, if you there's some currents of people that believe that if you use reference, you're not a real talented artist, and any artist
So
actually,
basically, what they're saying is if they have someone model for them for like a painting, like say the Renaissance. No, you're using a source. You're not a real painter, Leonardo.
That's basically what any artist worth their salt would reply. Like, excuse me. Then some people would say, but if you can't draw from memory, and you're like, mate, I would like to see you drawing from memory. I'll tell you something. I draw from memory for a long time, so I can absolutely do it. I actually do it when I'm practicing. When I do practice sessions often. Sometimes, I mean, I'm kind of losing the habit of doing so on paper, but sometimes I still take the pencil and take my notebooks and do some practice drawing, and in those I either take a reference on screen, but never be quote unquote trace. But I can draw from memory, yes. It's not exactly the same result because it's drawn from memory, but I can do that. I've done it for a long time actually. When in my first years of university, I had basically an hour of training from university to back home, and from those years, my notebooks are full to the brim with drawings and practice, because I mean it was an hour. It was basically an hour each day of the week. For drawing practice, so there's that. So whenever people come in and they tell me you can't draw because you use references, and I'm like, I'm using a reference because I don't want to break my brain 2 hours or more than usual trying to think about the proportions in the body, you know. So if you want, you enlightened person, you could take my tablet and then you can draw the proportions yourself, and then I will acknowledge you as a superior. But for myself, in my work, I can't afford to spend 2 extra hours of my time drawing something from memory when I can take a reference that I have posed myself, and for that I still have to know how the human body works, because not every pose is valid.
Yep, standard chance.
But okay, so it was a willingness. So yeah. So yeah, there's some sort of weird elitism from people who mostly aren't artists in the first place. But you're a cosplayer, but you also create your own. You also create your own. Your wife and you also create your own assets, right? So I'm sure that you have recycled, reused stuff from other works for another ones, just to save time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, it's still stuff we made, but like, we didn't make it specifically for that.
No, but it works, so it saves time.
Saves time, saves money.
Exactly. I don't know Rhapsody because my art teachers in school, I don't know how art works over there in America. Here, art is not exactly we study art, but it's kind of not one of the most. It's kind of considered kind of a secondary subject, which I will always say that the most important subjects to teach in school are the ones widely regarded as secondary subjects, and they're often taught bad. Then again, my idea of education, my idea of the education system is largely negative. In which, if you want my opinion on the education system, you just have to listen to Pink Floyd, Another Brick on the Wall. Because the song summarizes it sums it up for me. I don't know if you know the song.
I do.
It's a great song. I love Pink Floyd. Yeah. But yeah. When I think of education, I think of teaching people how to think, not to teach people. How should I put this? People should think freely and question, not given the answer. Given the answers, and you can't question the teacher. Good teachers for me are the ones who encourage the students to enforce their own opinions, not impose their own. There's of course subjects in which there's no discussion, so to speak, like math, for example. But then again, there's even room for questioning in math because not every theory is correct. Just because in one age we believe something is like that doesn't mean that in 100 years we will discover that we were wrong. And that's basically how science evolves in any case. So then again, that's when I studied. I first studied before fine arts. I cursed a year of history of art, and one of the things that actually really bars historians to actually correct and assume that they're wrong is because the historians really hate when they discover something new and they have to revise the entire thing that they have convinced themselves that is the correct history of the world. So that it's easier for scientists and historians to say this is wrong and this so they don't have to revise the entire course of
right.
So, and it's actually a problem because if you decide that this is actually wrong because it contradicts what we believe is right, then you're not making progress at all. But yeah, that's the part. That's a really interesting paradox in which nowadays we believe we know everything and we don't know shit. It's like, for example, anyways.
Wow, he said he knew them. The Lolita Alliance. Wow.
And he actually named 3, not 4. That's why Trey roasted him.
He deserves to be roasted. Oh my god. What lies north of Rubrum? North of Rubrum. Think I don't know that. Think I'm some kind of stupid.
I mean, I don't mind reading this one again.
This was fun.
The 4 crystal
Rutabaga,
states.
Melty Cheese Kingdom, and the Lolita Alliance.
They all 4
Named
of them.
all 4 of them.
I mean, Snow is smarter than him.
Yeah.
By far.
At ease.
Ah.
The Phantoma Menace, the name of the quest.
Alright, this is gonna be our last.
I see you're all here.
Yep.
Then I'll begin. First, I want you to look at this.
Gabriel!
Yes. You're looking at the mobile aircraft you engaged during the counteroffensive. Intelligence confirms that Milites used that battle to test the machine's anti-magic shield.
So, you're saying it's a prototype?
And it...
Yes. And that means that the Magitech armor, carrying the crystal jammer during the course of their initial invasion, was a prototype as well. Crystal jammer, air mobility, anti-magic shields. All of these capabilities pose grave threats to the Dominion. Products of Milites Research Facility Number 4, codenamed the Steelworks. Reports say the facility's resource flow is at 10 times its normal rate, and that they are creating more weapon prototypes as we speak. This cannot go unchecked.
So can we just kill the researchers?
Of all the factories in Milites, only one can handle such large-scale manufacturing. The factory located next to the White Peristyllium. Your mission is to infiltrate the factory and destroy the prototypes.
The White Peristyllium? Rubrum's invading the Imperial capital?
No. This isn't a full-scale invasion. This infiltration and sabotage mission will be carried out solely by Class 0.
No backup. No
Are you serious?
Right into the heart of the beast.
An intelligence officer will get you inside. You are to focus solely on destroying the prototypes. Any possible future invasion depends on the success or failure of this mission. You are to do whatever it takes to see that success is the only outcome. Right. You will be infiltrating the enemy capital. Once this mission begins, it won't be easy to return to Rubrum. If there's anything you need to do it now. Dismissed. At ease.
Operation MA Demolition. They have to do their rhyme.
What's the matter?
Mm-hmm.
Let's do it. What's up?
What do you want? What's up?
Okay, let's go.
Leave this to me.
What? Hey, you eat yet?
You okay? Hey.
What's the matter? Why not take a break every now and then?
How may I enlighten you? Hi.
Nope.
Wanna play? Hello. Can I
I gotta
help
read
you?
that. I wonder if those sticks she's always smoking are good for you too. Fucking wow.
This isn't the time to chat.
What's up?
I love her.
Hey.
Feeling good? Huh?
No.
What is it?
That's not a thing. Not a thing.
Jack lives in his own world. Don't think that. I mean, to understand Jack, you just have to shut your brain down.
Yeah, at least I can see where 9 is coming from as just a member of a completely different species. Who has exactly one member. Which is him.
But Jack is a different world.
Yeah. We're going back to this guy.
Good luck to you.
We're counting on
There's
you.
a little purple and brown. One day I'll
Good luck.
the airships.
I'm rooting for you.
Alright, to the Magitech Research Facility. Oh, I see. The yellow arrow points to the board and not the destination.
No, I think it points a destination. But...
No, because it moves around.
Oh.
So like it was pointing north before, and then it was pointing west, and now it's pointing northwest.
Hmm.
Go back. Oh. Lots of shops here.
I think you haven't updated your weapons though.
I updated Rams.
Class
I
0,
really like the
commencing
Militas
maneuvers.
theme.
Yeah.
This reminds me of the Dreadnought, kind of, and also reminds me of. I mean, I haven't played 6 yet, but going on in a Magitech armor
In the snow. Yeah, this is
in the snow on Empire territory. I mean, I don't remember. I mean, I don't know if the thing in.
Oh, this is very Garlemald though.
Mm-hmm.
Very modern. Oh, and it is the Magitech facility.
Except that Military architecture is similar to Garlemald, but it's mostly white instead of black. Because Militas is the white tiger nation. Indeed.
Your manifest, please.
Here. Sheesh. I'm making a ton of deliveries these days. Are they making something special?
Don't know. I don't care, and neither should you.
Well, whatever. I just want to get back out there and fight.
Yeah. All right, you can pass.
Thanks. See ya.
You fool!
Okay. This is as far as I can take you. The factory is right over there. Once you're in...
Let me guess. We're on our own, right?
The Moogle has all the information you need. And I'll provide you with whatever support I can give you.
Which is not.
Well then, good luck in there. May the crystal protect you and guide you.
Let's go.
Rem.
Oh, it's nothing. I just tripped.
Why, you weren't walking?
Uh-huh.
Rem.
Class 0, commencing maneuvers.
Those weapons are tracking labels. If you get in range, all weapons will be put on alert. Be careful.
Yes, we'll be careful.
Class 0, do you copy? Communication will be limited during the infiltration. Cooperate with on-site intel officers. Transmissions will be at a minimum.
We're good.
What?
Oh, it's that thing.
This is what they've been making?
They really know how to party.
Wow. I had no idea the Empire could make weapons like that.
Found some trouble already? You'd better use the underground route.
It's not a Diablo armament, but...
Sorry, no, it's the other before.
Good news. You should be able to reach the factory laboratory from that waterway.
Of course, the flame flames.
Your first objective is to obtain the data on the prototype in the laboratory. The data is vital, even if we need to destroy the prototype. I probably need not mention that you are free to engage all resistance.
This should...
Her sick disease is worsening.
You're no match for them right now. Just keep moving.
I'm sorry.
Oh, shit.
I can't go on.
Is that Leviathan?
Sure. I mean, I guess you can check the name of the enemy, but... Oh, it's a Marduk. Not sure, I think. Basically, leave it alone.
That's exactly how that happened.
I will have to finish this render tomorrow.
Right, Marmaduke.
No. I have to say one thing is that I really like Machina's weapons. The corkscrew rapiers.
They're very unique.
I mean, because there are 14 characters, they have very diverse weaponry. I mean, each one has to have a different weapon and playstyle, but Machina's rapiers are like, yeah, one thing, I mean, it's not like rapiers are weird, because, I mean, at least not for me, because coming from my first Final Fantasy Tactics, my first Final Fantasy having been Tactics Advanced, there's a defensor class, they use rapiers in particular, so I was really excited for Machina when it was like, he's like a double fencer, but then the rapiers are basically a drill.
Someone watched a lot of Grun Lagann before they designed Machina.
According to our intel, the lab is in 3 locations on an upper floor.
So, that's the thing. When you kill machines, you don't, pure machines, you don't get to harvest Phantoma from them.
Yeah. Which is good, because you shouldn't be able to.
What are you doing? You've been spotted. Evacuate the area immediately.
No.
We'll try to pull this
No, I want to kill everyone.
Careful.
Right. Thanks.
See? No problem.
Actually, it was such a long time since my last run of Type-0. Well, my last watch of Type-0. I have forgotten how actually Garlemald the military areas are.
Yeah, it's very Garlemald. This is the closest version of the Empire I've seen.
Are you in the lab?
In another Final Fantasy.
You should be able to get the information from the console in the back. Also, according to intel, only the researchers are capable of activating the alarm in the inner area.
So don't kill them all. Got it.
Intruders! Someone sound the alarm!
As I was saying about killing the researchers.
Pick up your staff!
Didn't I get you guys card?
Maybe you have to use it on or kill the enemies. I don't know.
Now that was a scream. There we go.
Yeah, you had to basically kill. Huh.
Looks like Brionac's system has been modified. That should weaken her a little bit. Try doing that in the other labs. What are you doing? You've been spotted. Evacuate the area immediately. We'll try to fool the system on our end. Be careful.
Right. Thanks.
So remember, kill all the researchers.
And I'm here trying to recall because I was watching the lights and stuff because the 4 crystals of Orions, they are of course based on water, fire, earth.
Performance test A13B
wind,
complete. Starting test
crystals.
A18.
And I'm trying to remember which one is Meowth because I'm surrounded green, so I
When did they get in?
say it's the wind crystal, but their flag also has yellow, so I'm not sure. I mean, Meowth is kind of thematically reminds me of Earth, but the lights are green and their power comes from the crystal, so I'm kind of a bit confused. Rubrum, of course, is fire, and Concordia is the blue crystal, which is water. But then again, Concordia has dragons, so that should be the wind crystal. So it's kind of. So now I'm kind of.
Damn those water crystals.
Then again.
Looks like Brionac's system has been modified.
The thing is that they're the crystals, but in here they're not named after elements
Try doing that in
per
the
se.
other labs.
I mean, not exactly, not even rubrums, even though you can see it's basically a phoenix, so you will associate that with fire, but the other ones are a bit more like. It's like the 4 lords in 14, in which it's like a it's you don't really have only an element for each one of them, right? Like Byakko, for example, is lightning and wind, clearly. But Seryu is water, right?
Yes.
But Genbu is water as well. Suzaku is evidently fire.
So Genbu traditionally is water. Whatever. That's fire. Seryu is water. Seryu is water. So then Genbu would be earth.
I mean, earth turtles are a thing, so yeah.
No, we have them here. And then that leaves
wind. Then again, I guess there's a bit of wind theme in Milites too, because they creates the most advanced airships and flying shit. So yeah, there's that. And Lorica, if you recall, Lorica was excavated in the ground, so maybe that's you can associate Lorica with Earth.
Again? What are you doing?
Engine check complete. Moving parts
Stop
check.
questioning
In
my
progress.
Intruders! Someone sound the alarm!
When did they get in?
What are the guards doing?
Kupo?
Panic.
Totally unnecessary, but fun.
I mean, cruelty potential.
Amazing.
It has to hurt.
Alright. Brainiac is dumb now.
Looks like Brionac's system has been modified.
I mean, I love the corkscrews rapiers, but being corkscrewed by Machina's rapiers has to be a particular painful way of going.
Oh,
Oh, Byakko. I mean, that's Byakko's extreme trial is the only one I actually run and farmed properly, because Suzaku X, no one knew. It was a miracle to find a party in Party Finder which actually knew how to farm Suzaku X.
I'm trying to remember if I've cleared it.
And
well, yeah, I cleared Suzaku X
sure of
long
this?
after the fact.
It is reliable intel from a scout.
And oh.
They move very quickly.
What shall we do?
We do nothing for now. But raise the security level to 2.
Sir.
Sid Alstein? What is he doing here?
What were they talking about? You don't think they've already found out we're here?
No.
I mean, you've tripped the alarm.
I don't
like,
think it had to do with
12
us.
times already.
Just focus on the mission. Let's go.
Ah.
Don't let the intruders escape!
So Byakko is the only one I farmed. Suzaku, I sort of farmed whenever I could, or I found that competent party, and the Seiryu is when I stopped doing X trials. I only got to Enrage once.
My cat's like Seiryu, I just
don't let the intruders escape!
I thought they might notice you.
I wanted to let you talk.
I'll open that door behind you.
And after Suzaku, I didn't clear any X trial after that, which is likely shameful, but such is life. And Shadowbringers didn't help in my motivation, because all I kept hearing how people complain about Titania X. So
another way through here. King, no.
Maybe you have to kill them with. What I'm understanding is that you have to kill them with ranged weapons. So maybe you it's time to put the guns to use.
I can't target them.
Not yet.
This is the answer.
Oh. King is brutal, mate.
Alright. Pull out some double deagles.
There's not just that the shots the shots are brutal. It's the sound. It's the sound effect of the double pistols. It sounds like a fucking shotgun.
Pick up your snap!
The reload system reminds me of old 14 Machinist, but only more brutal. Oof. Oof. Did I actually see a 6K kill site?
Maybe. Man, King's fucking badass. Holy shit. He is just a monster. This is amazing.
Yeah, that's why I told you I was surprisingly finding King. Yeah, gun mage, but except King is not really a mage. I mean, he just has 2 pistols like Sass.
I mean, to be fair, he does work magic.
True. It's not just the twin guns, it's the stance he takes when firing. It's just like, fuck you, and fuck you too. Like, the way he fires when he's walking is like, yeah, come at me.
It reminds me of something that I don't remember what. There's been a lot of that in this game, where it's like, oh, this reminds me of something. I don't know what, but it reminds me of something. Triggering some kind of memory, maybe.
I pity that poor guy that had Queen Machina and King ganga on him the moment he showed up. Ooh. I hate anything that has a shield.
Yeah.
Including paladins.
What?
No, I'm lying. My least liked tank is warrior.
Why? They heal themselves.
It's a white tiger Primus machine.
God.
You're no match. Run!
I cannot allow you to impede.
Oh, no.
Your luck has run out.
I was overconfident.
Remember this pain.
Good.
Wow. They literally forced me to give up my main character. Fuckers.
Mm-hmm.
Don't let them get through!
So yeah, basically the C in Type-0, I mean, they're also no joke in the main series, but the C in Type-0, they make a good point of, yeah, you don't mess with them.
If only they had done that sooner. They'd have had a lot less problems.
The thing here is that most of the Lassie you see, they already existed for a number of at least a number of years, so they have time to hone the magic powers. In 13, basically the story is basically 3-4 months at most. Yeah, it's like in OG 13 we have Ragnarok as one of the things that they are capable of, but one has to recall that the team is actually, compared with Type-0 with Type-0's Lassie, they're basically novice Lassie. So, well, except maybe Fang and Vanille, but they're not specifically said that they spent how much time training after they were branded, so Fang and Vanille actually get to become Ragnarok, so there's that. So you basically sacrificed Ace for nothing.
No, I sacrificed Ace to summon Ifrit on top of the enemy commander's head and kill him.
I'm uncomfortable at his underwear.
You would rather he not wear underwear? Is the underwear what you're uncomfortable with, or what's under?
Not sure. That's actually rhapsodic. That reminds me so much of Fang and Vanille in episode 0. I mean, Vanille is not exactly like that, but Fang definitely is like... Maybe you can. I would actually recommend you to, if you can resurrect some of your party members, I would recommend you to.
Can I do that?
You have Phoenix, whatever, right? So maybe you can. If you use items, I don't know. I haven't tried myself. No, like in the menu, using items. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know how to
I don't know either. So for the next fight, don't try to fight. Dodge. That's the only thing I'm going to tell you, because I know that it's a dodge battle. You don't have to attack.
Okay.
It's like you have to survive. No, sorry. The first part of the battle you have to attack, but there comes a second part in which is to dodge. Okay.
Alright.
I didn't remember that there's a first part. I only remember that. My Type-0 memory. it's coming. I'm not sure. I don't think it's this one. I know it's coming.
Intruders approaching area 025. Security teams intercepted one.
Hurry! We'll take the Colossus! Don't let the intruders escape! Launching MA! Careful! Don't get killed before you board!
You're mine!
Get in! Now!
This'll teach you.
Glory to the Militesi Empire! So you're the Red Demons. You kids really are younger than my son. Whatever you may be, you will...
Shut up.
This is the end for me. Glory to the Militesi Empire!
Nah, I figured it would do that.
Oh, he
blew
self-destructed.
Well then, I've given you all the help that I could give you.
He went out like
Your objective is just up
Jack
ahead.
Roche, but with
I'm
less
sure
honor,
you
I
can
guess.
handle it. See ya. May the crystal guide you.
Yeah, thanks. You're an odd.
The Dominion. If they're here, I'll avenge your death right now.
Oh, yeah, that's where you have to
Be
fight.
intruder number 277.
Forget about me.
With the music and stuff, it really reminds me of the Diablo moment.
Those same mechanics as 14, I just can't see it because it's so close.
Behold the power of Freyamak!
There's one thing Type-0 does is the music really getting pumped for battle. I mean it's a game about war, so it would be a very bad job if it didn't pump you for battle.
Ashes to ashes, dust to dust!
Yeah, thank you for quoting Dust to Dust, which is the name of Cerberus music of the game. Oh, you don't have equipped Sykes' tornado pet?
Damn it!
Good.
I almost feel sorry for you.
I think the problem is that in this battle, what you really need is a ranged fighter.
Yeah.
When you have Drake,
Behold the power of Fire Axe!
Your turn.
I can take care of the rest.
Leave this to me.
then you have to basically target the Magitech thing. Good old kill site.
You won't get away with this, you bastards!
Trey saves the day.
Mission accomplished. Let's withdraw.
Trey saves the day with a bow and arrow in Magitech
Yep.
facility.
Something is wrong.
Oh, great. This guy.
We no longer have a choice.
See, he's supposed to be here anyway. He's in the cutscene.
Setsna. Well met. I've not seen you in years.
Do you not sense that?
What? Oh?
Destiny. We are but mere puppets, you and I. As such, we must dance for our master.
So, the time is here once again.
Once again.
I can't access all of my power.
So this is where you have to dodge.
Against weaklings like you.
I have failed.
Slowly makes slower
You have the dodge button, you have to spam that.
Unfortunately, I spammed it right into one of his little things.
I mean, look at his level and it's like...
I got this one.
I will laugh if Cinquel survives with the mace trying to make around.
It's over.
Kind of feels like a 14 boss, like.
I mean, it is a square, you know.
Yeah.
All Imperial personnel. Special Order 497 has been issued at this time.
Disappointing.
All military actions, including combat, must be terminated immediately.
Yes. It's my time. From my sight.
Mission complete.
Wow, synced. 13 casualties. And we're gonna be on the mission. Great job. Clockwork blades.
I hereby invoke
Definitely
the
guarded.
Fabula Pact. The tripartite peace talks shall commence. In the name of the Divine Pulse, I order you to cease fire and put down your weapons. I, Queen Andoria of Concordia, declare this battle ended.
The Fabula Pact. How quaint. And the Queen herself invokes it, no less. Perhaps Master Teo's words will ring true after all.
All Imperial personnel. Special Order 497 has been issued at this time. All military actions, including combat, must be terminated immediately. Due to the ceasefire agreement with Rubrum and Concordia,
Interesting.
Special Order 497 has been issued. I repeat.
Wait!
Stop! Milites, Concordia, and Rubrum have invoked the Fabula Pact and agreed to a ceasefire. All those who violate the pact will be executed.
Executed? Wait a second. The pact invoked? A ceasefire? And the Dominion actually agreed to it?
If we stay and fight, it won't be under Rubrum's banner.
Damn it! What the hell is this?
It's called a truce, Machina. I know you want to keep corkscrewing people, but
Oh, interesting. The twists keep coming. I think that's a good place to end it for tonight, though.
I would say that you can actually get to the cutscene, and so you can. So, and when it gives you leave to explore, you call it.
Okay.
You escape.
The last
Sorry,
queens
you
return
you can
to
leave it there.
oblivion.
They are now guests of the Militesi Empire.
Sorry to keep you. Effective immediately, you lot have been remanded to my charge. You're safe now.
You didn't come all the way to Milites just to confirm our identities and pick us up, did you?
Chancellor Kalia is in Milites for negotiations, on a long-term truce with the Empire. I am here as his attendant. As I am also your commander, it is my duty to brief you and give you instruction.
Commander, permission to speak freely.
What is it?
The Consortium must have known about our mission. Why would they agree to peace talks?
Because the Consortium had no reason to refuse. The Empire offered to make sweeping concessions.
Oops.
But we succeeded in destroying their weapon prototype. They're just trying to stall for time!
The Empire made their proposal before you accomplished your mission. You didn't receive word because we were not able to contact you.
Does the Consortium honestly believe that the Empire has no ulterior motive?
Whatever the other side may have in mind, once the treaty is drawn up and signed, this war will be over. Any further questions? It will be some time before the peace negotiations conclude. I'm sure you're all exhausted from the operation.
It's a stalling tactic.
You may stay the night here and return to Room tomorrow. You are on leave until tomorrow afternoon, with permission to move freely outside the military zone. It's not every day you get to visit the Militesi Imperial capital. Why not take a look around?
Yes, we will.
Don't forget, you are cadets. Make good use of your time. That is all.
There is no need for formalities here. Be at ease. Yes. Indeed.
You're the queen of...
I beg your pardon. I am Andoria Kaya Tronka from Futuria.
Well,
I have come to Milites on behalf of Concordia.
Well, she's the Queen of Concordia, so long name, I guess.
Not so loud.
Queen of Concordia? You serious, yo? I didn't think she ever left her castle, hey?
I bet only a handful of people outside the kingdom have ever seen her.
Your Majesty, what brings you to see us?
Yes, I know.
What's with the screaming peacocks?
You oppose the ceasefire.
No, Yes. I don't think it's right. The Empire invaded Rubrum and defiled our crystal. How can we possibly ally with them now?
Your thoughts are at odds with the will of the crystals.
But we've sworn fealty to the crystal. And we have never betrayed that oath. How can you say that we're at odds with the crystal?
There are friends of mine who inform me of what the crystals are thinking. I was chosen by the dragons, and so my heart is united with theirs. The dragons are manifestations of the crystals. Ergo, our hearts are united with the crystals.
Are you saying that the crystals want this truce?
Look at the full picture. What the crystals wish for is balance among them. A world as it should be. In equilibrium. Certain fates cannot be achieved through bloodshed. If you fail to understand that, then you will bear the burden of Finis.
And why are you telling us all of this?
That is because you, as I have seen it, are the final cogs.
Oh.
May the path you follow be bright and
cogs, and then you remember what the kind of gear theme the class that Rubrum and Class
Why did
Zero
she
have.
come here again?
Machina. At the very end,
And his name
what
is
did the
Machina.
Queen say to you?
I'm not really sure. Something about a choice. It didn't make any sense.
But what does she mean by balance? Are we supposed to just sit back and do nothing?
How are we just supposed to accept that what she says is in fact the will of the crystals? You know, I can't talk to dragons,
Not with that attitude.
but if the crystals don't want a war, then what exactly is it that we're fighting for?
Clearly you're fighting for peace. Alright, so the ceasefire will last 12 hours.
Yeah.
And we've got 2, 4, 6 hours right there.
You can go outside and you got more stuff. So you can actually you have to choose here which conversations you are going to spend the time.
Yeah.
I don't like it one bit. We were just in the thick of it, and now suddenly, here we are, on standby, stuck in the middle of enemy territory? This has got to be the stupidest order ever!
I agree. Glad it took you 2 hours to tell me that.
I understand you wanted to talk to me?
Well, I thought long and hard about whether I should inform you of this or not. And perhaps I may regret doing so, considering the current circumstances.
No, this is gonna be
Sir,
bad.
what is this about?
It's about your brother.
What brother?
I understand that you're not satisfied with the information you've received about his death.
My brother?
I've been informed that you've recently made inquiries
I have a brother?
pertaining to your brother's death.
Yeah, you
I can't find any records about the mission. My brother was on that day.
As I'm sure you've guessed by now, he was killed in the line of duty while completing a top-secret mission.
My brother on a top-secret mission?
Class Zero's involvement in the Capital Liberation Campaign was highly classified. Even I didn't know until the last minute. Therefore, it suddenly became necessary to dispatch a liaison between Class Zero and Operation HQ. The liaison that
Didn't
was
realize
chosen
how utterly flat
turned
their
out
clothing
to
are.
be your brother.
Oh, yeah. It's
That's
all
why he
texture.
was so far out on the front lines?
Yes.
And this isn't even the bad
Your brother
like,
died
the original PSP cutscenes
because
are
of Dr.
really
Horatia
flat.
and Class Zero. You could even go so far as to say
Which is a shame because
they were the
Type-0
ones
is
who killed him.
way underrated.
Really
He was
enjoying
originally
this so far.
assigned to a different mission. But Class Zero took him for their own use and sent him to his death. It was unnecessary. Your brother didn't have to die.
They killed my brother?
Class Zero and the Doctor's objectives remain a mystery to us. That is why we assigned you there, to monitor their actions.
And you didn't tell
But
him
to
that?
think there was such a connection between you and Class Zero. If it is too hard on you to be with them and fulfill your mission, I'll pull some strings to get you assigned to a different class. Of course, then it will fall to Rem Tokimia alone to monitor them.
No! Please wait! I can't leave Rem alone with them.
Yeah, not those monsters.
For one thing, I don't think Rem could spy on her own classmates.
But I can.
She's too kind-hearted for that. I'll remain on my assignment in Class 0.
Oh, such courage. Just what I'd expect from Kunagiri's brother. If you see anything suspicious, report it right away.
Right. Brother, I swear to you, they took you away from me, but I will become stronger than any of them. I lost you, and my memories of you. But I will never lose Rem. I will protect her, no matter what.
Alright.
Damn, dude, get a life.
He's having trouble sleeping, and he hasn't had much REM sleep lately, so he's very passionate about REM. He hasn't been dreaming very much. Ace has been taking all of his dreams. So actually,
Ace is in love with Yu-Gi-Oh! Okay, let's be real.
We're actually about to wrap up, though, so...
That's fine. No, I wanted to pop in and say hi.
How's it going? It's good to hear from you. And thank you for hanging out and chatting.
You're welcome.
So yeah, I'm satisfied with trying to do about a chapter stream. I still, Meowth, are you still game for doing 6 after we finish this?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to configure OBS and have to poke file to whatever needed for that.
Right.
Not sure if I will need the last pass and making it work for me.
Yeah, it doesn't
but
work
for
anyway.
that, yeah. So when the time comes, I mean, I will poke for a file about configuring things and see if my internet can bear the streaming. Though it's,
if you could handle restreaming my stream, you should be fine.
Yeah, that's fair.
And also, holy shit, this is totally Garlemald. Like, totally Garlemald.
But white.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you've got, like, the whole semi-Art Deco, like, the architecture here is very Garlemald.
Yes, it is.
Wow. But yeah, no, I'm looking forward to what's going on in this game. It's getting really interesting. Because I thought it was just going to be, like, very straightforward. Here's the war. Oops, we fucked everything up, and now the world's gonna end.
No.
But no,
you don't get that.
No, that would be too easy, apparently. So I'm glad I had Machina as the wait screen, because now we're getting into the Matador story. So I'm very pleased with that. But I'm really curious to see where the story's gonna go from here, because I did not see this coming. So, Meowth, thoughts?
I know the story about, so I can't really disclose much about this part of Type-0. It's just that I really, in terms of storyline, you don't usually get to visit an imperial capital unless it's to tear it down. And Garlemald was already torn down, so getting to hang around Ingram, that's not something most games do.
Yeah.
And I actually appreciate that.
I think the only other Final Fantasy game I think that I've seen do this is 6.
You can actually go to Gestal's capital
You can go to Vector.
and around?
Yeah, you go to Vector.
Oh, okay.
And it's not destroyed. And then you have dinner with this one.
Yeah.
But no, this is good. I like this. This is complexity. This is the political bullshit that makes these things interesting and that I kind of feed off of. So.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah.
It'll be nice to see Garlemald before you decided to blow it up before we got there. Yeah.
I mean, all you have to do
did
is play Type-0. There you go.
Yeah, right? I mean, I just kind of want to play around the city streets here. I don't know how far I can go. at that. Even the walls move here for no goddamn reason. Look at 9. He is utterly confused. He's angry. Look at him. It's like, I don't understand. Why don't they put butter on bread here? I don't get it.
He's a Yankee. He sits on his desk all day and mocks the teacher.
Yeah. He's like, why? Why do they have butter churns everywhere, but they don't use any of it?
No, you sit down. Whatever.
This guy. He's got so many parts of a thought going on in his brain that they equal to like half a thought, which is a lot for him. He's got a lot going on in there for him.
Why won't King look at me? He's on the other side of the street.
I thought this place was the Melty Cheese Palace. There's no fondue anywhere.
He never notices me.
Meanwhile, King is like,
if you talk, if you talk to the soldier there, I think there's a very funny conversation between the soldier.
King is like
King and 9.
King is doing like ballistics projections in his head. Like he's like calculating, like, if I shoot a gun into the sky at this angle, at this time of day, with the current atmospheric pressure and the barometric pressure at this, like, can I get a bullet to go into orbit?
Sees a soldier walk by. Standard model.
Bet you think we're all just a bunch of evil invaders, don't you? Well, you're wrong, kid. That's just the propaganda talking. We're liberating everything. That's interesting. Okay, so the truth is, Crystal Flight is fading year by year. Our population is dwindling. Only the upper crust are living in any kind of comfort, and they don't care about us common folk.
Edgard, what?
Yeah, right? The rest of you just sit back and watch as our people die of starvation.
Mako.
This is so Garlemald. Marshal Holstein is the only one who really cares about this forsaken nation of ours. That's why we fight. If no one else is going to help us, then we have to help ourselves. Even if that means taking what isn't ours. You'd be doing the same thing if you were in our shoes. Or you could, Reds. Oh. Or, you could ask for help. That would work too.
It's the other soldier, the other one back there. I forgot the. I actually.
That was still really good. I really enjoyed what they.
Yeah.
It really stinks in here.
Yeah, it's the butter.
Huh? You Rubrum folk reek of crystal. I can't stand it.
What's that supposed to mean?
Unlike we Militacy, you're like lapdogs to your crystal. I'm getting nauseous just breathing the same air.
Hey! You want a piece of this, yo?
Yo.
Huh. You say you work for the good of the crystal.
Where's that body movement?
Then bare your fangs during a ceasefire?
Rainbow movement.
You animals.
Yeah?
Stop. Don't listen to him.
I'll take on as many Rubrum dogs as they
Pistol
throw
whip
at
him.
me.
Do it.
You say we're the lapdogs for the crystal. But I'd say you make a much better pet for Sid.
What did you say?
Tell him, King.
What happened to your emperor who sustained this realm? Why do you follow Sid?
I just love all of Class 0.
So blind.
They're all great.
Yeah.
How dare you speak of Marshal Sid that way?
How dare?
Should have known not to try reasoning with a lapdog.
What the fuck?
Let's go.
Nine has no idea what
Yeah.
happened. It's like, I don't understand.
Curse you, red scourge of the Empire.
Yeah, this is literally Garlemald. I'm not gonna save after this because I don't want to waste my time on these guys, but it's good to have seen these.
I honestly I prefer to speak with the people of of Ingram, because it's like not often do you have the opportunity to
I
talk
this adds a lot of characterization to the Empire that it desperately needed. So now I have a context for why the invasion happened, which is reasonable. Their methods are bad, but their reasons are good. Okay. All right. Yeah. We'll call it here.
Yeah. basically Type-0 Garlemald.
Yeah, totally is. Totally is.
If you notice something, you see the steam rising from the streets. If you may recall, Milotes is a cold, snowy place.
Right.
So Ingram, the capital, is like Iceland, in which the beneath the streets there's a heating system, so the people don't freeze in the cities. That's why you're seeing steam rising from.
That's a thing.
Yeah, it's a thing in Iceland. You didn't know?
No. I mean, I'm sure we have that in some places here, but I live in Florida. We don't have snow. Okay.
It's just a detail, but just so you know.
All right, guys, I'll catch you later.
Alrighty, Amy, take care.
Yeah, we're wrapping up, so.
Alright, and yes, quit it.
Yeah.
Oh, that was good times. All right, everybody, thank you so much, and
thank you.
Tentatively scheduled for the same time next week. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Yep.
All right, bye.